Good morning, everyone. We'll start the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our Heavenly Father, thank you for this day, and I just pray for safety for all of our county workers, and pray for this, all the individuals, the people that live in Linn County, Lord. I just give all glory and praise and honor in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Minutes. I'll make a motion. We approve the minutes as written.
I'll second that.
Any more discussion? It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 I'll make a motion that we pay the claims in the amount of $199,615.24.
Second.
I have a question on those, but on the juvenile detention, the $5,241. We talked about canceling that, but do you remember where we was at with it, or?
We'd send them our notice that we were canceling it.
We did send it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe should we look into that?
Yes.
Wasn't that a January 1 issue?
Yes. I believe so.
And I think we need to look into maybe further looking into the other, whatever it took.
Whatever we were supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
But, Darcy, can you look back to see as far as who we were supposed to?
Sure can.
Because I think it was Danny talked about somebody at Wyandotte County or whatever, but can we look and postpone paying that for a week and
Yes.
Okay.
see where we're at with it?
So I need to amend the motion to remove that one.
To hold that until we see where we're at with it.
Okay. I'll move to amend my motion to remove the payment to the juvenile detention center until we can get that clarified.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. AMR here. We don't have their report, do we?
No.
Okay. Randy?
Michael is sticking up there. Can you?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hagwald, Linn County Rural Fire Emergency Management. I sent out this week call totals. We had 8 total calls, brings our yearly total up to 23. On that email, just putting it out there, and it'll be on our Facebook and our website. My cell phone is changing due to some issues with numbers going from US Cellular to Verizon, so we're going to a straight Verizon number. So anybody has that number, just know that it's changing and to save it accordingly. A reminder, we have CPR class open to the public and to firefighters on the 22nd from 5 to 8 at the Lacine City Library. This week we also have our annual LEPC meeting. It's the 23rd at 7 o'clock here at the Annex. It's our annual meeting, so we'll be discussing bylaws and having election of officers that night. It's open to the public as well. And then next week on the 27th, we have Stop the Bleed class here at the Mound City Annex from 6 to 10, and that's open to the public and free of charge, as well as the CPR class is free of charge. So that stuff is post.
Did Danny sit on that?
Uh,
LAPC? I mean, did he come to the meetings?
He did, I think he was appointed to the LAPC, but he did not attend the meetings, since I've been here. So having a commissioner there would be nice. It kind of goes through what happens and we need the people, LAP is set up to be the decision makers if something happens. So we invite the cities, the water districts, anybody that has any influence in Linn County or would be affected by emergency. So we also have like Evergy, you just have a Red Cross representative come. So anybody like that can come, that's what LEPC is for, is to get that group together. If something happens, that's the group that's going to be together to make those decisions in an emergency. So, yes, the commissioners should be
Would you
there.
like to do that, Alex? Or would you-
When are they?
It's the LEPC meeting,
When?
Thursday, the 23rd at 7 PM here at the annex.
I can do that.
Okay.
Is that an annual? Is it
So,
quarterly? What are you looking
it
for?
used to be quarterly. Our attendance was falling off. At the state level, we're required to do it once. So last year, the LEPC decided, move it down to just twice a year. So it's January and July to see if we can gain attendance. And we're going to have chili or something. And kind of a lot of other counties I talked to, they went to having like a dinner and try and get people involved in it, because that's where it's at, is not necessarily myself and firefighters and stuff like that. It's other people in the community that it would affect, the decision makers, the cities and stuff like that. So we're trying to change it up a little bit to get more attendance in this.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Do you have an update on the FEMA payments that were supposed to be issued possibly back from May of 2024?
Those FEMA payments, the individual departments, individual cities are dealing with that. That's out of my control. I can check with ours, but usually you're looking at 2 years on that minimum. With the recent wildfires and then the hurricanes that come through this fall, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not delayed more, but
So that's something that the county doesn't necessarily, it's out of your hands. It's
right. So the emergency management, we gather all the information at first saying, hey, this is what kind of damage we have. We get FEMA and KDM in here. They go through it, look at it. And then after that, it's kind of broke out to road and bridge and stuff like that. And they meet with the individuals that way. And so Sean could probably give you what he's heard more than after that. I'm pretty much out of the loop unless we have something that we're
From
claiming.
what I've heard from other counties, it could be more years than that.
Yeah, it
That's
is a very slow process, and FEMA is real good about nitpicking and not paying as much as they need to.
okay.
So,
Couple other questions. So an LEOP for the county, do we have like an emergency plan that I have not seen yet?
yes, we have one.
Is that on any of the drives? Local
It should be on the share drive. I don't
On the
know
share
if you have access to it.
I do.
I know David has it, and I can get it to you or get it to the share drive where we can get it to you.
No, I can look for that.
That one we are still working on. We're bringing it up to the 2023 standards. We could have turned it into the old standards and done it. We chose to go ahead and bring it up to the 2023 standards. We weren't required to do that for 5 years. And so we're still working on that, but we have a
So
current,
we have a current one.
we have a
but
current
you're
one.
updating.
We're updating
what
to
we
the new
have.
standards. Yes.
And when do you expect that to be?
Hopefully by
Right.
March.
Okay. And that includes the local disaster declaration, like the Kansas statute.
Yes, that's all included in it.
And then in 2029, do you have a succession plan or something with the new radio system that's going to be required to come in? I think I've heard you talk about this possibly.
So the radio system, as far as 2029, I don't think it affects the fire department. It's going to be LEO. It's all encrypted. It does not affect the fire
It's
department.
nothing we need to financially prepare for.
No. The little bit that would affect the fire department, it's minor, and I've already talked to Chris, but that would be a Chris question. He kind of takes care of the radios and stuff like that. If we need something, we talk to Chris. So
Okay.
that would be a Grace's question.
Okay, perfect. That's all I have. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Now, the mutual aid agreement, you sent us this, did she have a copy of that? Did you?
Do you have it? I can send you it out.
So, I mean,
So,
I don't.
and that was just for you guys to review and tell me if you want something different, changed up. Good to send it out to the other.
send it out to her and.
Yeah.
She can look at it.
Yep.
We'll make a decision on it here in a few weeks.
Sounds good.
And I don't know how that all works with stuff that I send to you guys, if David drops it on a drive where you guys have access to it. So I don't know if it's there, but I can re-email it out to.
Well, David will have a copy of it, no doubt, because I think he sent it to us, but, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah.
Okay.
So do you want to plan on putting the mutual aid agreement on the calendar, on the agenda somewhere?
Yeah, we can do that if you want to. You want, how many weeks you want to wait?
I'm fine talking about it next week if you want to.
Okay.
And that's just mainly the one I sent out. If there's something you guys want changed, added, subtracted.
You good with next week then?
January 20th. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so can we put that on the agenda for next week and we'll talk about it then, so we can get moving on that?
Okay.
With David gone, can you just make sure you email that to me so I can look through it?
Yeah. I'll just,
It might be on the shared drive. I don't know, but
no problem.
Anybody got
I'm good.
anything else?
I don't.
All
right. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Janet, you want to come ahead? She's,
Good morning, Commissioners. Janet Clevener, Linn County Treasurer. I had an employee resign at the end of the year, so I've hired a new one, Lacey Rains at 8A. Also, I need you to sign the agreement with Belinda Osterman for the foreclosure process.
can you explain that again so we can just, to people, the way it works?
She does everything. We just give her the list. She files the petition. She serves the papers get served. My office does nothing.
Is it an online auction? Is it?
No, we don't. Do you want an online?
No, I'm just asking. Is it?
No, it is not an online auction. It's come to we usually have it at the 4-H, maybe around May or June from what her estimates was.
I knew we did it here, live, but I just wondered what her options were.
Yeah, she says to keep it like we always have had it.
Okay,
The less change, the better
okay.
for the people, is what she suggests. So I just need you to sign this contract so she can get the petition filed and we can get rolling.
And her name was Kalinda
Osterman?
Osterman? Okay, I'll make a motion that we go with Kalinda Osterman for the tax sale.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Do you have anything else for me?
I don't know.
Good. I'm going to take this and email it to her and then I'll give you. Perfect. I'll email you. Okay.
Thanks, Janet.
Thank you,
Have a good
Janet.
day. Bye.
Chastity?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to, first, before we get started too far into this, I'll be asking for executive session for trade secrets as well as an executive session at the conclusion of Sean's for legal. So I just wanted to give you an update. We're going to hold a historical society board meeting Thursday here in this room at 9 a.m. Currently, 4 individuals out of the 5 have responded that they will be here. So I'm looking forward to that and getting that kicked off. At this time, I would like to recommend the following to become part of the representatives for the District 3 E-Community Board. And that is Kenny Otto, Ashley Allen, and Janet Jackson.
How long will those terms be for those 3?
2 of them will actually be a 2-year term. 1 will be a 3-year term. And I apologize, I did not bring that piece of paper with me, but we'll definitely can report to you next week and confirm
Why
that.
are 2 of them the same? Because they should.
They are,
Are the two finishing the 3-year terms?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, the way I think initially there was some conversation in our meeting that there was a 1, 2, and 3 year. And I will confirm that.
They shouldn't be.
But I
What
think
I'm saying is they shouldn't be coming out on.
all the same at the same time frame
Each district ought to have one come out.
Each year.
each time.
Each year.
Okay.
So-
I will re-look at that and confirm
think
that back
that's
with
Somewhere
you.
we've got that
Okay.
confused because each district, we should replace 3 people if they term out.
Okay. I do also know that District 1, somehow according to what's online, on our website, Russell Pope should have been leaving. We did not, quote unquote, officially reelect him, whatever. So that is also something that needs to be
Okay.
discussed at our next
So we need
meeting.
a,
So we are looking for one individual for District 1 that does not include Russell or, I just lost my other person, I apologize. So we're going to ask Russell to run a second term,
Okay.
and then we'll still be looking for another representative for your district.
Okay.
Russell has shared 4 different names. I have this morning made 2 phone calls. They were going to think about it, and hopefully by next Monday, I'll be coming back and asking for permission
good.
in regards to those. So,
So you need a
motion, yes.
appointment for Ashley Nation,
Kenny Otto,
Otto, and Janet Jackson.
correct,
District 1.
for District
Or
3.
District 3. I mean.
And I will confirm time frame or term
Just make
times.
sure
Yep.
they come out separate each year.
Yes.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 I also reported last week that I would be applying for grant money through Network Kansas to help fund the YEC event that we will be holding here March 4th. I got word Friday afternoon that we were awarded that grant of $2,500. So I'm excited to be able to use those funds to help fund that event. I'm also asking that each one of you to please put that on your calendar to come and support that event, letting our youth know and be aware of who you are as individuals for our county, as well as just supporting what they're trying to do in their future. So
Date on that again?
March 4th, it will start around, I think the kids reported 8:30. The event actually starts at like 9. And it's here at the 4-H building.
Can we go back to the committee
Sure.
on District 2? Did Jennifer Harlow get transferred, or did she move to District 2?
Correct. Hmm.
And Josh Baldwin still on?
He is leaving.
And who did we replace?
Jennifer is with him.
Oh,
Jennifer
yeah,
replaced him.
That's right. Okay.
Yes.
So I have Jennifer, Elaine, and Becky.
Correct.
Okay. Also, we had talked about the website and things possibly not right on here. Just a reminder that anything on the website, according to Chris, you have to submit a ticket. Each department, like if you want your page
Correct.
updated.
Yes.
Okay.
And I haven't done that because I wanted to get all these names first
that's
and just
fine.
make one
It's
swipe
kind of like
versus.
for
Correct.
everyone. I didn't realize that that's not Chris's job to just update. He has to have a ticket or has
Correct.
to be notified.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I am.
So anything that needs changed, that we need to write out a ticket and make sure it gets to
Every
Chris.
time.
At
Yeah.
the
He's
time, we
not
want to
gonna
change
see
something
an
as it is
error.
right now.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. So again, I hadn't submitted anything ticket-wise just because I knew these changes
Yeah.
were going to be made.
No,
Yep.
that's fine.
Yep. So, and trying to save him one more step from going in several times to do
Right.
that. So,
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
In the past, we had airport committee that was under yourself, under economic
Mm-hmm.
development with when Jessica was here. So we don't have meetings scheduled, or we do? Do we
I
have the
am
committee?
looking to find who's on that committee. I don't have a list of that, and I don't have a list of, or I don't know when that last meeting was. I have found some things. I really need to visit with Chris, and as I looked over the weekend and I came in yesterday and spent a couple hours focusing literally just on that. And I'm not sure that I have all of Jessica's past files because most of everything I have is 2016 and 2017. So I don't know if there's a I don't know what, but I think I'm missing some files or don't have access to them, and nobody to blame. I just think it was just something that in the transfer of me coming in, maybe I didn't get everything. Because most of what I'm finding is a 2016, 2017 or before. And so I can't see who is even on that committee and
I think
when that meeting is supposed to even take place and how often.
Clarence Easley was one of them. I know, and Dave Fisher was another. But,
Yep.
So I guess
Those are the two I remember.
yeah.
and Randy Shannon was on there as well. Those are the only three I remember being in here. I think that we're making a lot of decisions and we're talking about a lot of things that impact the airport, and we don't have a committee that's set up. We're not looking for advice from the professionals regarding the airport. So to me, I feel like it needs to be reestablished. I don't know if you guys agree with me on that. But we've had a committee. We haven't dissolved the committee.
The last I remember is we had them come in and we didn't, they didn't have a lot of answers. I mean,
They had a lot of suggestions at the table. I don't think that we listened to exactly what they were saying. I think we went a different direction in what they were suggesting. But I do think regardless of that, we need to bring them back to the table and have a conversation. The committee needs to be just like we organize economic development. If that's going to be under her job description, the airport, I think that the committee hasn't been officially dissolved and we need to bring them back.
I don't have a problem bringing them back to talk to them.
It's fine with me.
I don't know if like we need to talk. I mean, with
To
economic
just have
development, they have their own meetings. They have
That's
it's
fine.
advice. I don't think that they necessarily need to be up here at the table, but
To get their meeting back.
I agree 100%, but I think that, because there was a committee, I can see that there were some minutes. I can see that there was an actual group. I don't have a list of names even back from 2016, 2017 timeframe. I can't find a list of group, but I can see just from some of the paperwork that was done that there was a committee. I'm trying to find that so we can meet, so they can give me a little bit of insight in regards to what they have been doing while they were on this committee and what they have not been doing. So I will do some digging and attempt to report back to you next Monday in regards to what I find.
I would like to talk about the airport next week in the committee. Also, when I'm on the website, I think we need to make a decision if the website is not current or it's not up to date, and I'm specifically referring to the airport page. It still says we have fuel cells. Okay, that is something that a commissioner, I guess, can write a ticket out, but if we have Chastity, she's, working with the airport or economic development, those are pages that I felt like needed to be updated.
So you're saying
through her.
update to where we don't have fuel and there's no night landing, right? I mean,
Well,
that's-
yeah, and I asked Chris to take that off, but I don't think that every time I see an error, it should be on a commissioner to send Chris a ticket. You know what I mean? If there's certain departments.
When I started this whole website process, I reached out to the different department heads and asked them to report to me anything that was not correct.
Okay.
I got nothing. I know that my e-community board page piece is not correct. But as I said, I was trying to save Chris's step of, updating that 6 different times. I don't know what the process is and how long it takes him to fix those things. So I was stepping back and waiting until I had all of those spots filled. But nobody reported and said, this is not correct. This employee is no longer with us, or no, we have a new employee. And I know there's new employees in the county clerk's office. So I will reach back out to those department heads and ask them to please submit any information that is incorrect. And I can move forward with moving that to Chris, or they can submit the ticket themselves. Honestly, that's where it should come from. But if this is going to be part of my job task in the future, then I feel like I need to get in that group now, and they can just report to me, and then I can share that with Chris within a ticket.
Need to make it to where each department head is responsible for what is on the website that should be current.
I don't know, honestly, I really don't have a vision for
I'm
that.
just saying, we can talk. I mean,
Yeah,
but,
I really don't. I
don't
just
either.
know it's not working.
Right.
That's all I know. I don't.
Ideally, if we're going to change the culture, I think they should, and if you believe that you want me to be the one to make those changes in the future, I think they should report to me. I can send out an email and you tell me if you want something different. But if we're going to try to change the culture, here we are, a new month, a new year. Let's change that they submit everything to me. I can go in and do a little bit of digging and be a little more specific with Chris that says, hey, this needs to be changed until we get this new website going. And then from that point, they were going to report to me potentially anyway, and I will make those changes.
Just like the Civic Plus, the Civic Ready, and that was mentioned a week or two ago in the meeting, maybe we ought to make it to where all of our employees are on that. You know, when your employment starts, they fill out a form or however it is to go register to be on it. Then that would make it easier for notification for our employees, right?
Yep. Because again, there should be a way that we could send a text message to every employee in the county and say, go find your name on the website. Is that information correct? You know, we can also, I'm not here to bash anybody, but I feel like we're just not holding anybody accountable in that aspect of the website.
Well, the text would be a bit better than the email probably because there's people in the county that probably don't get on their email as much as they would their text, right?
Well, and I have
Chris?
another.
And do we probably do have every employee's,
So we've actually
Phone number?
discussed that once before, but from the clerk's office and HR, if it's their personal phone, we can't require them. to-
correct?
Now, a county phone, we absolutely can, but a personal phone, I believe it has to be their choice.
I will tell you, I'm also looking at to what the school is using. I just drew a blank.
Well, how about it? Sorry about that.
No,
How
you're
about
okay.
the notification system, when you go to work for somebody, you've got to give them some way of being notified, right?
I'm not arguing with it.
I mean-
That's what HR had told us like a year ago, that we can't mandate that a person put their own personal number on the list.
And I'm not arguing because I think that's correct. However, working at the school, that's what I was just getting ready to say. We do not have work phones at the school. And we had to give them our phone number because if we don't have school, they no longer make phone calls, personal phone calls. It is all, we get the same text message every student gets that says we do not have school or there's no electricity.
I mean, through my work career, they had to have a way of getting a hold of me. I mean, whether it was a home phone, a cell phone or what, and I didn't have a company cell phone all the time. I mean, I had to give them a number. And
I think that's
different.
definitely an
I
HR
don't know.
question.
I have a question too regarding the email you sent out to department heads and giving updates, and you got zero responses on that. So if the commissioners hadn't made it clear that you were going to be handling that website, like maybe there should have been more notification from us that, hey, Chastity's going to take over this. Please respond to her and get this updated. I don't know if
And
that would help.
I did not send out an email, you know, like Chris and I have had communication of me taking on this website. I thoroughly expressed, you know, how I wanted him involved. If he wanted, I was taking it over, that sort of thing. However, I didn't share all of that with the department heads. I will be more than happy to do that. I sent the email out also in regards to them to answer a survey. A majority answered the survey. There were still a handful that did not. But again, I can't make this information correct if I don't have the information. So,
Yeah, and that's another thing too. So like last week we had Randy talk about, Stop the Bleed, CPR, these classes. Well, David's retirement's on the side of this website, on the scroll bar, but we don't have the event. So like at some point we have to have the PDF, the event flyers. There has to be a way to get that to the website.
correct. So again, that's where I'm coming with changing the culture. Anytime like that, something happens, they should be notifying me in the future so I can make sure that gets out. And in our new website, that's one of the things. It's going to be a big, I shouldn't say banner, a big tab that says upcoming events. And when they click on that, they're going to see all the events that are upcoming within the next 30 days. And then that's constantly going to be updated.
So like with that flyer, we haven't hit it on social media. We haven't put it on the website. We physically read the paper in a commissioners meeting. And to me, that's just not going to work. That doesn't work for events. people don't listen to that. They want to see it.
Correct.
So in that situation, would you suggest he emails that to IT and we put the, okay,
Yes.
just making sure we're on the same page on that.
We should have some kind of notification to get it to what, and you say that takes a work, you want to,
Yeah, I mean, they email it, most of them do a support ticket, but either way, it's fine, it's just as long as they let us know, we can change it, it's not
okay.
for us.
I mean, I had my stuff when he went in and updated my name from Jessica's name. I mean, it was done within honestly an hour's time frame. So
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I see is, like Randy emailing Chris and getting all that. I do like the point person idea too, where you know what's happening, you're here, you're making sure that those CPR, those classes, those are put on the website. So I don't know if I love the idea of just department heads going straight to IT because there's no accountability if that's getting done. If that makes sense.
it does make sense. And I like the idea that each department promotes themselves and
I
gets
do
that information out there. However, if we don't know, we don't know. You know, if I don't know, or if you as commissioners don't know, you don't know. And if you're not going to that website on a regular basis, looking it up and looking at things, you're not going to know either.
What's where Chris is right now, he's not promoting the deal, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you need
Right.
to, but you're not, you're just waiting for somebody to give you a
Correct.
order. This other way, we're gonna have Chastity trying to promote to make sure it gets back to where you can put it on.
And that's another thing too with the work orders. Chris, you can elaborate on this if you'd like, but I sent an email a lot last week, lots of questions. The airport was one of them. Hey, we still have this picture. We still show that we're selling fuel. Can we get that off? Okay, if a ticket was created, how do I know or how does any employee know that the ticket was created? Do you know the answer to that, Chris?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Says I don't get an email. I don't know if other
No,
people
so
do.
Because your communications were direct.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was a little
So
different.
we have a couple of methods. One of them, there's an email address that they submit to, and when they submit to that email address, it automatically replies to them with that a ticket was opened and the date, the time. And then everything that we respond is in the ticket so that the whole chain of
So
events is
just the person that wrote the ticket is, or
them and the department head.
them.
So if an employee within a department, let's say the sheriff's office, if a dispatcher put in a ticket, the sheriff and the undersheriff are automatically included.
Can
And
you
that's,
send me that email? I'd like to do it the correct way, just so we're all.
yeah, I
the same
can, yeah.
Thank
And
you.
I'm just not, it's not a secret. I just don't want people spamming us on that account.
Oh, that's
So,
fine.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know where to go from here. I think that we're still working on the website. Again, I don't care either way if we have the department head send it in to IT or what that looks like, but I do kind of like having the point person for the website. Do you have any thoughts on that?
How do you feel about it being that person?
I am good with that. I just want you as commissioners to know that when I take over this website, it's going to probably be at least a quarter of my job. It's going to take a quarter of my time. And I'm okay with that because I want accuracy and I want, just like Randy expressed, I overheard just from listening to the meeting last week that he was holding these classes. And so I immediately put them on my calendar to hopefully attend one of them. But I if it's not there for me to see it on the website, or I'm not reading the minutes or watching this meeting, I'm not going to know about it.
What's your feelings on it, Chris?
Well, I'm fine with whatever you want to do. I just don't, as an IT department, I mean, the breadth of what we do to track people down, basically what Chastity said was, if we don't know what's broke, we can't fix it. If we don't know what's wrong, we can't change it. And so, I mean, if she's the point or however you want to handle it, I'm okay. As long as we're updating the site like we are currently, just let me know. And then myself and Edward Brad will update it and try to do it.
I mean, I would like to see the HR department, as soon as somebody is terminated or resigns or is hired, a ticket goes in to Chris or whoever is going to run that website so they can go in and update that information on that website. Currently, right now, he's the only one that can do that. And maybe I'm going to be the only one that can do that in the future. But if I don't know somebody was terminated or resigned or retired or, is hired, I can't update that information.
Like in the clerk's office, when you guys do that, there could be a ticket sent to Chris.
Right. I mean, there's a new hire in the clerk's office right now, but if you read the clerk's office, it's actually up to date. At this point, I mean, we'll add her eventually, but it's up to date, if that makes sense.
But I mean, that's
Yeah.
towards the HR portion of it. When we take them off of our payroll or whatever, a ticket could go to.
A ticket can go. Not every single employee in the county
Is
is
listed.
not on the website.
Correct. Not every employee is
So,
listed. Yeah.
but yes, I mean, she can definitely do that. I mean, that's not a problem.
And again, I'm not saying it's right or wrong or it's been right or wrong. I'm just saying I just don't think there's a protocol or a well-known protocol on how to get this stuff to be the most updated information that it can't be. And again, if Chris doesn't know, he can't fix it right now. And just like Darcy said, not every employee that we have in the county is listed on the website. It's mainly your department heads and your elected officials. But it saddened me that there are a lot of people listed that they're not here anymore. Or they, whatever. So
Also regarding social media, Linn County has a page. Linn County, Kansas, I think it is. Who runs that social media page? Do you have any idea?
Clerk's office.
Okay, and so if the clerk's office is running that page,
is this on Facebook, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I just have a question on all the pages that we have. Do we need to come up with a plan? I know we need a plan, but on eliminating the others, or how many are we going to have? Are we going to focus on one?
I brought this up a couple weeks ago when we did not work on that Monday due to the weather.
Okay.
I will follow whatever protocol is given to me, but I am against that every ounce of our information needs to go on Facebook. I feel like we are opening it up to the trolls. I feel like we are opening it up to people to bash. We have some county employees that sometimes, from what I understand in the past, have gotten on. And whether they're defending us or not, sometimes it comes off. We don't ever understand everybody's tone that comes with that. And again, I'm trying to reshift that culture to be everything should be on the website. Nobody can change anything on the website except for our IT person currently right now. And I just feel like everything should be there. If there's a warming center like Randy talked about a couple weeks ago, that should be on the website. It was not in my algorithm to see that. Jim's like, well, I saw that. I didn't see that. I had to physically go and look for that. I saw things last night that were from 4 days ago for the high school. So it's not always the most accurate information. And that's where you're asking me about social media. I think that should be left out of the county's realm of posting things on social media.
So if you feel that, I guess my question is, we have, 6 different social media?
I have no idea.
So, okay.
I don't know how many departments have their own social media page. I can't confirm that.
For sure, economic development has one. I think anything that's not an elected office, we could make a decision on. I don't know how that works for elected officials, like the sheriff's office. We can't tell him,
Right.
you can't have a social media. If the clerk's office is using social media, I don't think we can tell them what they can and cannot post on there. But if it's a department, I feel like we can make that decision. You have something, Sean?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
I do know from my time at the park that they do have a social media page, and that it is used to quell a lot of the phone calls about wind speed, ramp, temperature, tournaments, whether or not they're out ongoing and whether or not the parking lot's full. So there is some positive things that come from that, and it's updated by park personnel. It does help keep the number of phone calls and the information about upcoming events that could affect people's camping schedules.
I agree with you. I think that there is a need for social media. I also think that it shouldn't just be the marina doing it or Chastity doing it or the clerk's office because the content is not there. The content is not professional all the time. I've seen, typos, I've seen
So
wrong information.
other counties have basically their publicist and things of that nature.
Yeah, like a communications. I was thinking of this over the weekend, do we have anyone that's already working for us that has a communications degree in Linn County? I mean, I don't know, but
I don't know if we have a PIO or
we do have a PIO that's Steve Lamb.
a central area to push information to for this purpose. All I'm expressing to you is that, yes,
there's a need for it.
there is a need for it because it does decrease the staff needs with that phone. And
The thing is, for me,
service.
we don't have enough content at your marina or fire. We do not have enough events to justify 10 different accounts for the county. That's the only point I feel like I'm trying to make. There has to be
So you
some
think
sort of
you're thinking
collaboration.
one location?
I mean, I think it would be more ideal. It's too much. You have too many hands in the social media. I think that if there's an event coming from the marina, instead of just having text, a paragraph long text of what is happening at the lake, that's not how people look at something and they're like, oh, I'm going to go to that. I'm going to go to that tournament. We need event flyers, graphics, images.
So do we need to reach out to the elected officials and see what their feelings are on going to one? I mean,
I
just
don't-
ask everybody.
I feel like the sheriff's department is the only one I would say they need to probably
Stay.
stay in their own lane on that.
Okay.
But as far as I think we have control over the departments. I think that needs to be consolidated. I don't know the feelings of all elected officials, but that might be something we look into. I think it's something that the social media, it's something I don't want to forget about, and we need to try to figure out like the vision for the next year, how that looks.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to look into that,
Yeah,
Chastity?
sure.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe try, for next week, let's just make a goal let's try to figure out what accounts are out there.
thought-
Just Google it or search bar Linn County. What comes up for Linn County? Whether it's the clerk's office, economic development. Let's just see what we have. What are we first working with? And then from that point, we can reach out to the department heads that are managing those accounts.
Okay.
I don't know anything about Instagram, Twitter. Hopefully we aren't on that as well, but I'm not sure. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Do you have anything for us?
I think, like I said, I just need 10 minutes for executive session for trade secrets. And then again, 5 minutes at the conclusion of Sean's meeting for legal.
Okay, for legal,
And that's not
have
till like
Mark-
10, yeah.
Mark Hagan will be here.
Yes.
For legal.
At 10:30, we're going to have
Yeah,
with Mark. at
Yes,
10:30 it's
correct.
supposed to be.
just wanted
So-
to clarify. Thank you.
So do you want to do my executive session for those trade secrets
You want to do it?
after that or now, or what would you like to do?
your agenda, there's a conflict between a 10:30 schedule, as far as there's a 10:30 already listed on there. I just need to know which one of the two you want to set out, whether you want the legal at the 10:30 or you want your discussion on.
I'll take legal at 10:30.
Well, I
I'm
think
the only one discussing. I think the dogs, she wasn't going to show up, so.
the
I'm flexible.
10:30, we need to for Mark because it's an issue. He's tied up, I believe.
No one will be here for the senior citizen.
I'll make
Issue.
sure that's.
Okay.
So you want to go in with Chastity for 10 minutes for executive? for-
Yep. I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for trade secrets with the three commissioners and Chastity returning at 9:55.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. You start getting with the day. I know, you finally go up there. Make yourself get younger. Here we go back. Look at the minutes. Chris, how do you feel about doing the printer next week?
Whenever you want.
Well, I can put that on, do I need, you've got all the info from both companies.
I can bring, give it to you. Now, attention to the other quote. From the other. Yeah.
But at least we talked about it during the week. Right. Yes. We got to get front bids and some other stuff. We got to get with you because we got to start talking about permitting and I got a bunch of, they got new, stormwater runoff, surveys and things to finish up this FEMA stuff. And I gotta get a little stuff out of the way to get to it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. I mean, it's water on weekends.
Yeah.
So careful with that, you know. All the dams I get on the side of the house where a walkway slopes around excess runoff. And it's just goes around the house.
There was no action from executive session. We'll go to Public Works.
Jesse Walton, Operations Director for the Road Department. Believe you got the report that Sean sent out. We did spend all week scraping ice and snow off the road where we had warm temperatures. It sure made it nice to get a lot of these roads cleaned up and cleared out. We had some equipment go down this last week. We had a couple of dump trucks go down with some issues. One with a def problem that was taken care of. Put some brakes on a truck. Our grader that was down, we found it was just an issue, just a maintenance issue to change the oil out and then retorque the friction plates inside. Retorque them. They were just out of specs and it was back up and going. So that wasn't a big expense there on that. Our one grader over in Centerville, we've got a sensor going out on it so it doesn't show that we can shift above 6 gear when we're roading down the road. And it's just an alignment solenoid in there that tells us that the grader's straight on the dash. So that's something that Craig's looking into, see if we can't get that coming, get that replaced on that. Other than that, that grader's operational. We're still using it. The New Holland tractor is fixed. They went to go pick it up today. We came in just pennies of what they estimated to fix it. So that was nice to see that. So it'll be back here. Pleasanton spent the week also cleaning roads. We did have a landfill truck over there we'd worked on. They had a few issues with it, but not shifting. Had some air leaks and a brake issue, and they should have all of that finished up today and back to the landfill, so they'll have that truck back. Same thing with the North Shop. They were out clearing roads, clearing trees. We had a number of signs down up there and got those replaced and back up and going. We had a grader that was in for a routine maintenance on Thursday, and they finished that up Friday morning. So we were using it again Friday afternoon on that end. Do you have any questions on anything with the road that way before I go to a couple other things?
I have one question.
Yes.
Because it was brought to my attention. When we are out like in a storm like this, do you guys know the bus routes? Do you focus on bus routes first as a priority?
So we try to get the paved roads done first, and then most of the blade operators in their area know the bus routes, and so then they hit those next.
Perfect.
And so it does take us a little while to get that round to those bus routes once we get the paved roads done, but yes, we do. And we
You do know that. Okay.
Yep. So and when the bus garage calls, it's great because it helps us out to know where they're at, what needs attention on that. So
Okay.
we do try to take care of that as a priority on there with the bus routes. Our D6 dozer, they did finish it up, and we came in $10,000 less than what the initial quote was for the repair, which we figured it would come in lower than that. We did have, and we have had for a little while, a radiator leak on it, and we tried to just do a minor patch on it to see if that would fix the problem. But where it's gotten colder, the leak's just getting worse up there. Cat did give us a quote to fix that. Of course, it's the worst case scenario, and it's $11,000, but that's replacing pretty much the whole radiator. But it's going to be right around $5,500 to fix that, and it's a bushing at the bottom. Plus, they also would like to pressure test each cell of that radiator, make sure we don't have any pinhole leaks on that. I do have that. Let me.
So we just had it up there.
It's still up there. They
Okay.
just finished fixing it. And so this is, if we have to do the whole thing,
Would be
this,
11,592.34.
and then this is if we just pressure test the radiator and fix the bottom of it where the leak is, and it's just getting worse with the cold weather that came in. So I'd like approval to go up to $6,000 to fix that.
Think that'll take care of it.
Yes, yep. It's a very obvious where it is, and they should be able to get that fixed in a timely manner.
Okay.
something we can't fix, I guess.
Well, I asked Dan about that, and with what he would need to help pull things out, we just don't have that.
Pull it out.
Yeah, and some of the specialty tools that they'll need in there, so. Because that is one thing I did ask him if we could just pull that and fix that. I think it's, just the tools and to lift that out of there.
Just give you an extra one in case they needed it for their vote.
Okay. I think we ought to take care of it while it's up there. Instead of having to haul it back down and haul it back up.
I'm good with that.
I'll make a motion that we allow Jesse to spend $6,000 on the Cat D6 dozer unit 114.
Yes.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. And then the only other thing I have, I think we're going to discuss later is just the Call Valley engineering for 900 Road. So that's all I've got for you this morning.
Thank you, Jeff.
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. Commissioners, as Jesse mentioned, we had been waiting on an answer from Call Valley Services about the 900 Road culvert and our next steps in that process. Mark Hagan has been working with one of their engineers and one of their executives in the company in order to get us a letter that details the response and what should happen to repair and to maintain our permit status and our active waterway at that location. Jesse, I, and Mark went over it together. We've come to an agreement, but that agreement cannot be tested until the weather changes and we are able to get into that project area without doing more damage. Because we have to come from above these pipe systems with equipment, and we don't want to damage more than what's been done. But the answer to the problem that has been proposed by the engineer appears to be acceptable and within permit requirements. And also, I'll let Jesse talk on this for a second, but if you have any other questions during our legal, we can bring Mark in on this discussion as well.
So this is what they had sent us. We can read over it as we go. So the first page is just describes what we had to assist in the obtaining a permit. Everything we've discussed before. So on page 2 of that is where they've come up with solutions on this in the third paragraph. One solution is to salvage the existing pipe and remove the soil on the east side of the pipe. Existing soil should be removed at least down to the haunch zone. And the very last page of that is from Context. Now, I want you to know this is the first time I seen this is when Mark had delivered this packet of papers to me down to the haunch zone, and then pretty much just backfill the pipe using shovels, putting that soil back under there. The fourth paragraph, after completing the procedure to regain circular shape, coarse aggregate should be placed between the two pipes and bringing this area up to the top of the haunch zone. It is observed that the pipe joint bends are out of alignment, and it's recommended the concrete collar be placed a minimum of 2 feet wide, 6 inches thick around the dislocated bend. That last paragraph, the county likely received documentation from their pipe supplier which would typically include manufacturer recommendation for proper backfill materials and procedures. Like I said, this is the first time I seen this, is when this was delivered. All I got when they delivered the culverts was the bill of lading and then safety instructions for unloading and handling the pipe. So I want you to know that's all that I had received when we got these culverts in there. I think that, what would you like to do with that before I voice my opinion on it?
Can I just confirm this is page 1 of 2? I have
Page 1 is the
two-
cover page.
I have 2.
Yep. So one is one, if you notice, has got a signature on it from Leon. And then that third page, it's the same page. There's just not a signature from Leon on that page.
Okay.
So it's the same page, just not signed by Leon.
Okay, so fixing the problem, they're saying that we can refill it, pull the tube, refill it around it to make it bend back to where it's supposed to be.
So they're saying in there, if we remove that backfill on it, there is a chance it'll spring back to its shape, or use a mechanical device like a jack inside to reshape that tube back in there. I tend to doubt that. Usually when you squish metal, it stays in its shape.
And that's at the joint, right?
Correct. Yep. So I don't see that being an option to reusing that culvert there.
So what's the option if we pull the tube out and put a new one in? Do we have to go back with concrete, or do we?
So we're going to go back in with coarse aggregate and fill on the bottom on that backfill procedures that we got from Contact, and just go through and use that as our procedure to backfill and put that tube back in.
Got the aggregate how far up?
Yeah, so each description there, each number will tell you how far up you need to fill with what material you need to put in there. Yeah.
So just to confirm, this was an 11-foot diameter.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the cover, it doesn't look like we have 12 inches of cover in this photo.
So we are not done.
Done.
Right. This has been in the process of putting
So
these
it
in.
wasn't done when it collapsed.
So what had happened
I'm
is,
sorry.
nope, that's fine. We'll go through this. So what had happened was we had followed recommendations given to us by Call Valley
Right.
to install these tubes.
Okay.
I came into this position halfway through getting this project going, had assisted in starting this project and getting things moving forward. We were instructed to put flowable fill in, and that's what lifted the west tube.
Okay.
And so that's where we were at. And then,
So the cover hadn't even been completed.
correct. So we hadn't even made it to that part. We were backfilling in, ready to start pouring more cement in there. And then that's when we had this tube.
Do you know the diameter of the culvert south of this location? What we have in that one?
I don't.
Okay.
Now, we don't have to use the flowable fill this time?
No. So what I think we can backfill this with and get our compactor plate again and pack the dirt in as we go, raise it up 8 inches to 12-inch lifts so we can get good compaction all the way through there. Once we pass that, what they're calling the haunch zone, get that packed it in all the way through there and all the way to the top.
So they instructed us to use flowable fill, but this is instructing us not to, and now they're saying that we should have done what they said instead of what the engineer said.
I'm taking it as that.
Okay. Just making sure.
And this is, who's giving these directions?
So this is Contact, the people we bought the culverts from.
So they're not even in agreement with what the engineer told us.
I don't
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Did we ask for his opinion on this and the manufacturers prior?
I don't know on that. That's what Mark, that'll be a question for Mark.
Okay, thank you.
So, Any other questions?
I'm good.
And we can do this any way we choose to do it. Is that the way you remember what the engineer said the day he was there?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're saying what we need to do. So what is your recommendation?
I think we need to dig that east tube out. I think there's enough salvageable tube on the long tube, the 30-foot tube, that we can get a 15-foot chunk out of it. We do have an extra 11-foot tube that was ordered when we first bid this project out for culverts. So we already have an 11-foot, 30-foot long culvert at the north shot that we can bring down. The only thing we're going to need to probably purchase is a new band to band those together.
Okay.
As far as that, I really don't think there's a whole lot of other things we need to
How much
purchase.
money are we looking at for that?
For the band,
The band and the tube, I guess we're using 11-foot tube. How much?
The 11-foot tube we've already paid for, but it is another $7,000. I could answer right off the cuff of what the band was purchased at,
yeah, I don't have that.
but the band itself is what created all this problem.
And the one tube being floated, that's not an issue anymore.
So as long as one tube, the way the permit reads, as long as one tube is still at the natural flow of the creek, we're still within the permit.
Because the
Safety
tube
zone.
will just handle the overfill.
Correct. Yeah, then the other one handles the overflow going out. So we're still within the permit. So if we do pull this tube and put the other one in, we're still within the guidelines of the permit.
Okay.
Which should allow us to recoup a large amount of this from FEMA funding. We don't know how much at that point because it is recovery. This is not damage per se. This is the rehabilitation and making better than what was in the hole in the first place.
You'll be able to fix it when the weather shapes up.
Yep.
So you need it to thaw.
Yep. I'm pretty confident on that.
We'll be saving that $7,000 that we're spending on the new tube and just the flowable fill, won't we?
Yeah. We spent a fair amount on flowable fill.
Already, but
Yes.
if we had to tear it out and put it back in with flowable fill, we'd be spending
A lot more than that.
a lot more
A lot more if we were going
than the
to
7,000.
install more flowable fill in there.
We need an executive session with Mark on this.
I think so. I think so. To keep us all.
10:30.
Yeah.
We can make our decision.
Make a decision after.
Okay, how many minutes we need with them?
I believe 10 on this issue and 5 for Chastity.
10 minutes.
And you want to include Jesse in the first 10 minutes,
Just,
Chastity in the last 5. And I can set us up for Paul. I think everything's ready.
okay, so we need 15 minutes at 10:30. For legal with Mark Hagan. I guess you want to wait till 10:30 and I'll do that and then we got, you guys got something else or is that it?
No, that's it. That's all.
Okay, we'll do that at
Thank you.
10:30 then. And As we open it up for public comment, if any citizens have a desire to speak. Nobody have anything? Okay. What's the dog issue here? Yeah.
Oh,
You
so
want Sean to finish with his?
Oh, you not done? Okay, sorry about that.
You've got Terracon coming in here shortly. This morning, I received this information. This is sent to me by Tony Malini, so I didn't have a chance to push it out to you. Basically, that is what we had him sign so we could move the ARPA funding over. He'd like to put it in his format, keep his audit clean as well. And then he'd like to cover these items with you today, along with Charlie Bowles. But I did not get this agenda until I showed up here this morning. So when he gets here, you've got what he's going to speak on. Let's see, that should be at 11 o'clock. Also, from the park, I sent an Airbnb cost to you from Sherry. Sherry is unable to be here to discuss those things with you today. She has stomach flu. Would you like to set up a time for her to come in and discuss those items and where we go from here on Airbnb and online rental with the park? My biggest concern is that we all get on the same page, understanding the complications of what they want to do with our parking and how much they want to take from our customers as opposed to what we're doing now, and make a decision on how we go forward and as to whether or not this is going to be beneficial, because it will chew up a lot of time in the near future if we allow it to, and then to kill it because it's not cost effective later on. If we're going to kill it, I'd rather kill it today. If we're going to commit to it, I'd rather stick it through. I would like to have that discussion and not put a lot of time, effort into a project that's not going to make.
you're
So
asking for a decision on Airbnb?
I'm asking you if we can bring Sherry in and have that discussion and catch everybody up, and we can try to hash out the complications that she's found as far as parking and other things that they're just going to overcharge us and upcharge us on.
I don't have a problem with her coming in. I would just like to have some bullet points of exactly what we're discussing when she comes in. So
Would you like me to send something out in your pack?
I was gonna say, I see like what you sent in SharePoint, I think it is, but I mean, I'm okay. I just don't want it to be confrontational when she comes in. I just want to make sure I'm
I don't-
prepared when it comes to Airbnb. She's got clear opinions on the direction she wants to go, so I just want to make sure that it's
I think I can isolate it down to the concerns we've got, like the parking and things, that they're going to charge us the same for 1 day worth of parking that you get upcharged for a week worth of camping.
okay.
They're going to see those both as one rental. So you're going to get upcharged for that 1 day, that $5 parking. You're going to get upcharged by that company as much as you'll be upcharged for booking for a week on camping. And I think we're going to lose some.
I just think that kind of, it would be nice to have what those things are so that we're able to.
We'll line them out and I'll put them together for you and make sure that you're well informed, because it does need to be a productive discussion so that we can get through it, because I understand you guys have been put through this multiple times. What we would like to avoid is 3 months worth of prep work that doesn't end in any answer or just in more frustration, because that prep work costs a lot of time and effort. And I think that's where you're talking about the frustration and
I just don't want
opinion.
her to, I want to listen to her. I want to understand. I'm looking at this and the furnishings that she needs. I also feel like some of it's a little priced higher than,
Extravagant.
yeah. I don't think,
Well,
I don't want to just go by this, because if I were to go in there and say I needed $18,000 for a commercial washer, well, in my head, I thought we had something like that over in the jail at some, I don't know, just like things like that we have already available, or there was one up in the house, or the office, I guess, whenever you first come in.
The shop.
Shop. So why would we need to purchase that? You know, so I have some questions, but I don't want to necessarily, I don't know, argue about
well,
it.
I'm like
Yeah.
her as far as that on the washer and dryer. I think that's excessive on the price myself. I mean, it's,
And that's because she wants to move it to the marina. Am I understanding? She wants a new one at the marina, and then we have an old one at the shop that is still working condition.
There's one at the shop and the condition is out on the shop floor. I think the number of hours it takes to go through the loads of bedding with just that washer and dryer out there, because it is an older unit. I think there are a lot of concerns that we need to go over to make sure everybody's on the same page and understands the complications of it. And then we need to make a good decision. And whatever that decision is, I've worked with Sherry for a long time. Whatever that decision is, we're ready to drive on. We just don't want to spend 3 months building the packet
Yeah.
to start all over again, because that's the get nowhere, spend
But I-
time.
I would like to know, I mean, what we're expecting to make off of these that's going to pay for this as well. You know, so is it that as far as is it viable or not? It's not just the cost, it's how much added income are we going to receive?
And I think at one point we did early on,
Projections?
gave you some projections that caused you to walk away from it, but then we re-entertained it and I understand why, but we've tried to build those. And if you have a suggestion on how to build those, if you'd like financially to give it the largest opportunity for success as possible, I'm okay with that.
So
could we
for-
base it off of what we've rented, the ones the way we're at right now, the percentage?
I mean, yeah, we
that
can do,
we've
we
rented?
can do us.
A study
So
that
for
way?
me, like, I think that you can definitely do an estimation on what you think the projected sales would be or revenue from that. But my concern is when I visually see our Airbnb, when I'm there or when I see it online, we have a lot of work to do as far as the experience that the guest is coming in there and having at our location. It is not homey, it is not comfortable, we don't have a vision, and I know that's a lot different than like, so when you go in, it's like a concrete floor. You have this old bed with a mattress. There's nothing on it. The decor is terrible. And I'm not upset about it. I'm just saying I think it's a discussion that we need to have as far as the vision. We don't want to just go out and buy white, pillowcases. Like, you have to have a vision for what that looks like and what the person that's staying there is how they're going to feel when they walk in. Why would they recommend that to anyone? We have a lot of bad reviews online already. I think it's time to kind of put a plan of action together. When I see this, I agree we probably need that, but we're not. I guess the overall vision, I'm just trying to understand what that is. It's not what I would want to go stay at with my family personally. So
Even if it was on an Airbnb, you wouldn't?
no,
Okay.
I would never go there, ever. I mean,
you're
with
saying
you
we've
guys,
got-
I mean, it's
So you're saying we've
to
got-
me, like, you come in and there's a mattress. To me, I would never pack bedding first of all, if I was driving down the highway, I would never think to bring a fitted sheet in my car to go stay there. So I think the Airbnb, I want that, but I don't think that we're ready for those types of reviews. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Saying putting
I mean,
sheets on the bed,
I-
and putting it on Airbnb is what we're not
I
ready.
mean, that, I agree. We need to utilize the park. We need to maximize revenue. But it takes a vision. It takes a plan to
Sell
put
it.
that all together and sell
sell
the
it.
experience to the person that's going to stay there. I would not want to stay there if, like, a family's coming in to hunt, or the husband's going to go hunt. You're not going to leave your kids there. And I don't know, that's just my opinion on it. And I also look at the furnishings, and I do think it's a little high, but I'm okay with Airbnb. I personally just don't think we're ready to put that on there because we haven't fixed the issues. The water, there's wood that's rotting. There are some upgrades that I feel need to happen. Like the water that happened this past summer. Do you remember that? The leak. We had to comp like 2 weekends to someone that was from Lacine because of the damage.
Is this from a hot water tank?
I'm not sure what happened. I just got a message about it this past summer, and
Yeah,
we have
there
had
were,
issues with bed bugs, and I've heard her talk about that, but the reviews are still online. So it's a concern for me before we go out and really advertise this Airbnb that we have a clear vision of what that experience what we want it to look like. I know I'm kind of going a different direction. I just feel like there's a lot of things we could do to make it feel clean.
well, and we've promoted a lot of it towards hunting and fishing simply because there hasn't been a lot of interest in sinking a lot of funds in the remodel of those. I mean, yes, they can be remodeled and the beds can be taken out but it would be quite expensive.
I agree.
And if we did that, we would have to come up with a plan of doing that over a course of time to recoup that money.
I would agree. I think it needs to be more of a,
Well, it's just like the
strategic
lagoons.
plan
I
on
mean,
it.
we haven't, we're starting to now to put money back to fix that, but this is a deal that's just didn't happen yesterday.
No,
The whole deal is, I mean,
from the inception going forward, there was not a plan for the maintenance of that lagoon.
wasn't any maintenance.
Right. Built in, budgeted for.
I don't have a problem meeting about this, but I would personally rather have a strategic plan for the next 6 months. Like, what does that look like? What are we fixing in the next 6 months? What are we going to do?
Well, just like that, what if we was to say, yeah, we're going to spend that money to do that, then what's it going to take do we have the manpower and everything for the Airbnb to fly?
And that's a discussion we'd have to
That's
talk
what
to
I'm
the
saying.
park manager.
That's the things I'd like to know right now. I mean, before we get, not today, but
When we're having that discussion.
when we have that discussion, that's the information I want. I want to, if we was to say, yeah, we want to buy that right now, let's install it and get going with Airbnb. Tell us what it's going to take, money wise. And I mean, it can happen next week or the next week. I'm not saying today, but I don't think there's any need of us sit here and argue about, and discuss what we're going to spend there if we don't know
Me either. I don't think this is
what
necessary.
it's going to take us to make this deal operational.
Well, and I think that's the largest thing that frustrates staff and administration is to continue to have the discussion without the tools to finish the discussion. I mean, we'd like to pick a direction, stick to it and drive on, but we keep stop and go jerking with this whole thing
I agree.
and it wears you out.
How do we fix that? For me, I know I have 1 minute. I feel I like the direction of Airbnb, but I'd rather proceed with a strategic plan, let's say like a 6-month strategic plan on what that looks like and how we're going to accomplish putting them.
What you view as the needs of the cabins.
Yeah, I would like her to do a little bit more work on figuring.
Well,
out what-
I know we came up $60,000. And I think there's an opportunity to put some of that money back in before we start the Airbnb process and get those buildings and the accommodations ready to do that. If you'd like to go, I'll go set up and get ready for your legal session.
I'll make a motion, we go into executive session for legal with Mark Hagan and the three commissioners and Chastity for 5 minutes,
Jesse for 10.
Jesse for 10 minutes. For a total of 15 minutes. We'll be back at 10:45.
Okay. Is Sean in there as well, or just those?
Sean
Yeah.
was in there the first 10 minutes with
That's
Jesse.
Jesse and Sean. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We need to extend executive session with Jesse and Sean for 15 more minutes.
Okay,
It's my
I'll
motion.
second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There was no action from executive session. Well, we still got something with Sean.
The 11 o'clock, we had the
Yeah.
Terracon landfill cell expansion stuff.
Yeah.
They're back there. John? Grab a chair.
All got copies of the agenda I emailed to him?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Commissioners, prior to the changeover of the commission, you'd ask about a billing for the landfill expansion project, and Commissioner McCullough had some concerns about how many more of these may be made, where we're at on the project, what we can expect, what the steps of the project to completion might be, and asked that we bring Tony Malini, who's our engineer from Terracon, and Charlie Bowers, KDHE, in to try to answer those questions. Here's the billing that we're discussing. And it was for survey work, for more
Thank you, Charlie.
detailed information about water runoff around the project.
So how did that come about as far as the water runoff? I mean,
Maybe I'll go through this.
That's
or
fine.
lay out what
Yep.
we did.
That'd be
We
fine.
did
And
plan.
that was our question.
How we get to where we're at.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay,
sort
it's
of.
fine.
There's been a few iterations here since we started the process on
Of
the
course.
expansion. So we looked at the minor permit mod, the vertical expansion. We looked at the capacity. We were able to get an increase in capacity. Definitely approved from the KDHE with our design. So we increased the capacity from 288,000 to 317,000 yards. That vertical expansion will give us another 9 to 10 years total life in the landfill,
On our existing landfill.
on the existing landfill coming up above. That's filling in the existing cell 6 and coming up above it. Basically, that's where we're getting 9 to 10 years. Charlie reviewed our conceptual design, and generally approved the vertical expansion, but he had some things that we needed to address. Modifying the final cover slope some, changing the grade a little bit, changing the cover extent, looking at the waste limit boundaries in that, and then developing a drainage channel and berms for stormwater controls. So when we looked at the initial expansion and design, we just focused on the footprint within the waste limit boundaries itself. And we got a survey for that.
Okay.
Okay. Before we started spending more money, we wanted to make sure that vertical expansion was going to get approved and we could go forward.
Okay.
We got to that point, and then, so Charlie came up with these requirements, and then we're looking at getting additional survey. This is where we expanded the survey boundaries outside the waste limit. So this is what we provided to Cornerstone, so they had an understanding of the area we needed to cover. So we had tighter survey control. So we could actually build a design firm and change. That's where we're at right now, is coming up with a survey and control so we can design that perimeter channel for containment. From there, we would basically come up with,
Janet can't hear him.
Microphone.
Yeah. Jason, is your mic on?
My mic's on.
I'm getting emails. They can't hear him.
okay.
Thank you.
So we're at the point of developing the design for the berm and ditch. Cornerstone needs to provide us with survey of this area around the perimeter so we can build it in, integrate it into the design. That's our baseline for building the berms and figuring out where we have to cut, where we have to build up the berms so we have stormwater control. Because when the waste starts to come up above grade, then we'll need to make sure it's contained and there's stormwater control. You're running stuff around the landfill and not into the landfill.
You need to know what's there now, so you need to know what needs modified, what needs design to burn.
Okay.
Make sure it drains.
So-
Yeah, it's a fairly flat area.
So, I mean, this was always going to be a condition, right?
Was not a condition till after we got the preliminary design done.
Okay.
You know, something that needed accounted for in the design. Yes, was the drainage from the cell.
Okay.
So we already have budget for us to do the design, to actually develop the bid sheets, cut and fill volumes, submit the bid request to contractors, and compile the bid evaluators. That, we're still working on that budget. There's no change to that.
Well, I think what our question was is, we didn't change anything here to begin with. I mean, would that be fair? I mean, we gave you the ground and it wasn't changed. Why did we get a change order after? When we asked for the preliminary design, right?
Yeah.
Why are we getting a change order? Because the ground,
Why was it not accounted for?
why was
in
it
the
not
initial?
accounted for on the first?
Because we didn't, I don't know if you've been up there to look at the perimeter of that
I've been
area.
there.
Yeah,
With it.
you know, I didn't feel I wanted to do the surveying costs till, one, we knew we were going to get the vertical expansion.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't want to add those costs in up front to costing, because we would have spent that money, and then if we wouldn't get approval on the vertical, we would have spent money that we didn't need
Have
to
to
spend.
spend.
Just have to spend.
Okay.
The controls outside, the survey data that we have outside the waste disposal limits is very poor. You know, I think a lot of that's off LiDAR and old topographic surveys. None of that's ever been surveyed in detail.
Okay.
I'm not going to go out and spend money that I may not, in the end, be able to get a return on the investment for.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why we have the request. Now, I can come in and give you a huge budget to cover every contingency possible, but, you know, that number's going to be so high that it's not going to be realistic. I mean, I'm not going to do stuff that I don't think I need to do, and anytime you work with a landfill and a design, there are so many variables out there, you can't anticipate all of them. And if I start factoring every single variable in, this would have been a $75,000, $100,000 effort versus, you know, you know, $20,000-$30,000 effort to get into, you know.
Okay.
So
So this
And
is for the berms and the drainage. What other, do we have other things, or is this gonna tell us?
I don't have any other concerns besides that, but besides the concerns I expressed in that letter to Tony.
Okay.
So we don't
But,
foresee
but
any.
if the, oh, okay, so our survey comes back, you're gonna review it as well, correct?
Well,
I'll be looking at the survey.
We'll-
I'm more concerned with the as-built that comes from the survey, the
well,
actual
yeah.
ditch design.
What we'll do is we'll take the survey, add it onto the existing survey. And then we have grades and slopes and that.
Uh-huh.
And then we will build in the design for the perimeter berm and channel using that survey data.
Okay,
So there'll be a design drawing done. It'll give us cut and fill estimates for the berm and
which was
channel.
already included in our,
This-
we've,
The budget for me, for
Yes.
the engineering, yeah, that's
Okay.
already in our budget. That's still pending. I haven't
this
spent.
is the only thing.
This is this is the only change that I can anticipate at this point. Our budget's not changing. We're still.
So after this one, you anticipate.
I can get to the point where we can get Charlie the design drawings for him to give us the final approval
Okay.
on the expansion. Okay, that's kind of where we're at. Now that just takes us
So-
to the point of design and approval. That's what this,
Not construction.
not construction. Yeah, I had listed there's construction oversight, there's CQA for that
Right.
berm.
Right.
There's other ongoing stuff that I listed that's always going to be there that we have to work with and deal with. And that's just for the current C&D landfill. You know, I'm talking with Sean about looking ahead down the road too for the the property to the east as far as a major expansion. But that's, you know,
The next.
out of ways, yes.
Right. Okay, so Ally, are you,
So I don't have any questions because I honestly don't feel like I know enough about the project. I haven't
That's
been
why I
out
was
there,
asking.
so I have no comment on it except I probably need to go out there and I need to just familiarize myself with it, so. Sorry.
That's okay.
that's, I was.
So
I
anybody,
was wondering
I'm
if we
hope-
needed to explain anything.
Well, I
You
understand.
know,
I mean,
or-
I've listened to you guys here before. I've asked a few questions, even in public comment about it, and so I feel okay about it. It just when you're specifically talking about cell 6, I don't know like where that's at, what that means financially, but I do see it on the map. So.
And like what we're doing right now is we're doing a vertical expansion on these cells to buy us more time so we can open up a new portion of the landfill.
Yep, and I'm looking at on like 1B, I did write cell 6 down on that, on the capacity increase. So I do feel like I'm understanding
Okay.
what's happening.
yeah, I don't know. Here is where
Oh, I have
cells,
that.
you have it?
Yeah,
Does that show cells
Oh.
on there?
yeah, it's right here.
Okay, all right.
Yep, I got it.
They're still filling in we still have capacity in the northwest corner of cell 6. And that's where they're actively filling right.
So on the change order is only referring to the survey,
The survey,
and
yeah.
that's at $3,800.
Yes.
That's
And
what we
that's
was
what you're
questioning. the
Yeah,
other day.
and that would be contracted directly with the county
Through Cornerstone.
through Cornerstone.
Okay, I think I understand.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
I mean, all the surveying and all the construction, we're assuming we get bids and costs, the county will contract directly for those services.
For the building and the.
Yeah, so we aren't adding our fee on top of that, and, you know. But, a lot of commissioners keep asking me, and it's an iterative process on every landfill that I've worked on, you know. You go so far on the design, you evaluate it, and then, okay, I need additional data to go to the next step versus spending all the money and doing everything to try and catch everything when there may be something back previously that you needed to address before you start spending more money going forward.
We haven't done a survey prior to this one that you're requesting? Is that what you're saying?
Not outside the waste limits. The last survey we did just strictly focused on inside the waste limits so we could build do the vertical design on top of that.
Okay.
But until we knew we had to do that, I didn't want to spend any more money because surveying around that perimeter is a challenge because of the slopes on that.
Do you foresee any other surveys necessary in the next 5 years? I mean,
Well, there'll be, when you get into the construction phase, you're going to have to set grade stakes out there. Then you will do survey checks while they're constructing. If they don't have GPS, they have GPS equipment, it's less surveying. If they don't have GPS equipment, then there's more surveying to make sure that the berms are where they need to be, they're the right height, the channels, the right depth, the right location.
Okay.
At
That's
the
what
end,
we're talking about as far as section 5 on the.
yeah, construction oversight, quality assurance, you're gonna have surveying done associated with that, the construction primarily.
But
When
that'll be in the construction bid, the.
Well, it'll be a separate cost estimate that goes with the contractor's bid. We'll have to figure out, send the bids out to the contractors and say, what's your cost to construct? I recommend that we keep the surveying separate from the construction costs so that the surveyor is actually independent surveyor and they're under the county contract.
So when we put that bid out, should it be specified in there that they have GPS or not? I mean,
I've been requiring going forward that every county I've been in, I said, if you can't get a contractor that doesn't have GPS in their equipment, then we're not going to accept their bids. Basically, it's a qualification for the contractors because you get a mom and pop contractor, they have no way of hitting the designs and grades. I mean, have to be to the half-foot tolerance, and if they don't have GPS on their equipment, they can't meet that requirement, not unless you're doing a lot of surveying. And then our surveying costs go up. And then there's going back and forth. They overdug, so now we have to fill it to get the design grade that the KDHE approved, or it's too high, so we're going to lose capacity, so they need to keep digging. So that's a process that when you get into construction on these sites, it's you have to be able to manage it. Hopefully that explains it, but we will do an as-built survey at the end. Once it's close to where we think we're at design, and then that gets put into the drawings. That gets submitted to Charlie saying, Charlie, you approved our design. Here's a confirmation we met the design requirements in the as-built. And then Charlie approves that, and then we get authorization to place waste in that area above grade.
Okay.
So that's the overall process.
All right.
Hopefully that clarifies where we're at and where we're going here.
Excuse me, ma'am.
yeah, I have
Uh,
Charles. I got one.
Oh, thank you, Sean.
Thanks.
Yeah, I should have known you were the commissioner sitting on that side.
Charlie and I have been working together on, I don't know, how many landfills we worked on now, Charlie?
Quite a few.
4 or 5.
We've-
Went down the east half of the state here.
All right. So we need a motion to approve the 3,800 for the survey.
I would say, yeah.
I'll make a motion that we approve the proposed services with Cornerstone Regional Surveying LLC in the amount of $3,800 for the berms and water drainage at the landfill for the cell expansion.
Thank you.
Vertical expansion.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks for coming in, Charlie.
Meeting signed, or you have any questions or anything?
Yeah, Charlie, I have one. We have these compactor sites around the county. That we have our own compactors.
Sean was telling me about that.
And we're in the process of changing it over with the cities to be the permit holder in the different locations. And the information I'm getting, I think we have been that, that we can't be joint permit holders with the city and the county together. I mean,
Correct.
is that correct?
I haven't into that. I've never heard of a joint permit holder.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard of, I have sites where that you have there's the permit holder, who is the city or the county, and then the contractor is hired. In most cases, I do not know what the terms of the contract is, but there has to be, to cover yourself, there would have to be some accountability, definitely, to operate for operating within the state regulations, in which case they would have to show themselves being knowledgeable about site operations to your satisfaction, which means they'd have to study the operating plan before they start. So that's about all I could say about
The
that.
employee for whoever, right,
Yeah, the employee has to be knowledgeable about what he's doing.
okay.
And I sent the contracts that we are looking at to KDHE and told them that at the end of the month, we would get together because of the holidays and
Right.
everything. So they've had those for a month, and we're about next week, I would imagine, getting ready to have a phone conversation and work that problem out. So if you'd like to be a party to it, I would very much appreciate everybody coming to the table, or I'll even drive and meet someone and meet the group wherever we need to meet and sit down and work that out. That way we come back with one answer to all of these entities so we can move forward.
Yeah. Well, Stacy Ballman is the lady who handles the permits for the transfer station. She's the person you need to talk to about getting together, but I would like to.
She is the one that I sent all the information to, but she is not the original one that I spoke to that told me that we need to put the county on, or the city and then the county on, and because she had a different interpretation than the first person I spoke to. So that's why I prefer to get us all in the same room.
Definitely.
And get it done one time, get our guarantee. I understand this is not something that's done every decade. We need to come up with a path moving forward and make sure everybody understands it.
Was the other person Heather Merritt?
No, it was another male office staffer, and I apologize, I do not have his name. We were having a lateral discussion on another issue. I hit him up about it, and he goes, well, I think this is how it would work. You would permit it under their name with your name secondary.
I'm not familiar with that being done, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been done, right?
I need to get all the stakeholders in the room so we
Yeah,
can give one
definitely
answer
do.
back to my bosses and to the people that we're working with.
Okay. Wow.
And if we did have a meeting, I don't know about your feelings, I would have no problem with some of those stakeholders from those cities if they wanted to sit in and listen firsthand and ask their questions.
I think that would be for sure, yeah.
Better that they hear it from the agency directly. So
Exactly.
You're not- you're not-
I'm good with
yeah.
that, actually, that you get
So
the cities involved.
let's set the meeting up and I'll get everybody invited to it.
Okay. I'm in favor.
Everybody meaning,
Pleasanton, Lacey, and any other, the other cities that would like.
you'll be contacting all of them.
Correct.
Okay.
The only ones that I will not contact, so as not to add confusion, are the lake lot owners, because they are not a part of the confusion. They are a totally different.
Any of the municipalities that we're dealing with as far as, yeah,
Correct,
in Centerville, it's ours, so we don't.
correct. The only question on here, you've made your motions. Who do you want to sign this? The chair?
Yep.
Very good.
Okay. And you may have to flip through that. I just found the first signature page. I don't know if there's another one. And Tony, did you need to discuss this one?
Yeah, I wasn't sure how you wanted, we talked about the funding and allocating
ARPA dollars.
the SL, FRF funds, the state and local fiscal recovery funds, because, Sean approached me in December and said we had these funds available to allocate, to spend. And this is sort of a formality for me to have the budget approved internally in my company. I signed the form for the 65,000 to help figure that. And then I actually went through and identified some services that would be associated with that, because he just gave me a general number to work off of that you have available.
Right.
So I went through and listed out, well, we can look at these items here. We discussed the oversight and the perimeter berm and channel. That's something we can do on this budget if that's out, allowable. Some of the additional stuff that I had listed on the previous summary, some of that services could be done under this budget.
ARPA money is what you're saying?
So I put this together so we had at least some idea of the services that
Okay.
would generally be provided, and they would just be billed on a time and materials basis as we do the work. So if we don't do them all, where the money gets allocated to one task or more of the other, we,
Why do we have to do this here when it's our, I mean, we can allot it where we want it to, right? And we still have the time to do it? Is it what?
We had to turn it into them, to the ARPA.
Of the different places that we were
Yeah.
going to use it?
this is,
Correct.
this is the contractor. Here it is. So that's the allocation where you guys formally allocated that $65,000.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we're only going to spend it on a T&M basis as we need.
Right.
And we could do some of these additional services this year if we're going to do them,
Right.
on schedule.
Okay.
We could use these funds to do that.
Yep.
My form is just for me internally, so I establish this budget, this in our contracts and say,
Okay.
the services that we might provide, it's all going to be done on a T&M basis.
So it's just showing that where we're using the money to you guys and you guys are covering it.
We
Yeah.
invoice for the services we provide and document that as we do it.
So I have just a quick question. So the ARPA funds were used for 65,000 for their company, but we can't use that for the survey?
I don't know. Can we use that 60, the ARPA money on the survey,
I'm just,
I believe so.
on the 3,800?
Yes, I believe so.
why not?
I can check on that, but I believe it has already been checked on and that's part of the planning phases that are covered.
So,
I would
yeah, I mean, we
like to
could,
look into that before.
we can do that, hold on that, and then if I need to, then I would have to roll it in, the 3,800 into our contract, and I'd have to have Cornerstone initiate the subcontract with us directly for the 3,800. We can do that if those funds are available and tap that versus.
I think we've already determined what we need to spend there. I think the 3,800 is going to have to be.
Spent from something else, and we have a place to spend our ARPA money. It is.
Yes. Right.
You're going to go over.
Oh,
You're going to
I'm-
more
we're
than
going
spend
over.
it.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not.
So yes, if we build this surveying back, where I would pay it as capital outlay from the income.
Okay.
Cleaner and neater probably to do the survey on that separately than,
Okay.
than under the,
That's fine.
yeah.
So what we
So we
need,
need a motion to approve the contract with Terracon.
to be paid for with ARPA money.
Basically, it's a supplement to our agreement, so the terms and conditions are defined and all that, so we aren't reinventing the wheel.
Just where the money's coming from.
Where the money's coming from is that's the intent of a supplement to agreement, so I'm not changing any terms and conditions we're operating under.
Okay.
I just need that for our internal contracts and accounting, so.
So we need a motion that we're going to approve the ARPA funding for the scope of services and fees from Terracom up to the amount of $65,699.10. But you're going.
I don't know where the 10 cents came from.
You're going to be under that, right?
Yeah.
That's my motion.
That's a
I'll
little
second it.
excess precision.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Yes, like dirt work estimates where you see it carried out to the 10th of a cubic yard.
Yeah, no. I can't be that accurate.
No, or do you have other things to talk about?
Let's do them and then I'll finish out.
Do you want to make a copy of that?
Yes, thank you.
It's easier. I have too many pockets.
Thank you.
What else?
We need Sean to finish going through his stuff, right?
I think so. Guess we're done with you guys. If you guys have anything for us?
No, I just, I guess over this next year, we'll start thinking about what we want to do with that east property, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and figure out a schedule and timing. It is a significant investment, but it's going to take a while to go through the process too.
We got, if we get this project, we're 9 to 10 years, I mean, roughly.
If we don't have a storm that fills up your cell
Right.
overnight.
Yeah.
Which is always a possibility.
Right.
But so I'm encouraging my other commissioners and other landfills that you want to be 5 to 10 years out no matter what. Because trying to handle waste twice is not what you want to be doing.
How long will it take once we, in this process? What do you think? What are you looking at?
I mean, we're probably looking at a year to 2.5, just probably to go through and do the preliminary surveys, do the site investigation, determine groundwater conditions, get a design done, and get a permit application into the KDHE. It's a fairly sizable submittal.
So how many years before you think we're finished with this? With this one?
This one, you're talking probably in the 50 to 100 year range if you go doing the expansion. Depends on how I size it and how.
No, I mean, before we're to where we can expand this one right here. I mean, ready to use
Oh, this one?
this expansion.
I'm assuming in the next 6 months to a year, and we can get contractors lined out.
You think we could be finished, ready to go in a year with it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that would be a fair.
And then the other will take 1.5 to 2 years to get the paperwork for the other one.
Yeah,
And then you say that that's a 90-year.
till I size it out, and there's an old pit mine, an old strip mine area there where the water drains into. I don't know if we can use that for filling in or not. Those are some things we'd have to look at in the initial permitting and engineering phase. Because if we could use that, then we could start extending out from the existing landfill right into the next property, and use up all your land space more efficiently.
Yeah, you get a lot of agencies involved whenever you
Start messing
expand
with
your
water.
property. Yeah.
There's 10 to 12 different agencies we have to notify
Because of the water.
because of the siting. And it's a process to go through and get every one of them to agree, that, yeah, it can be developed. But that's kind of the first step we do. See, are there any problems or any major pitfalls here? And is there an agency that's going to say, no, you can't do that before we start investing time and money?
Yeah, when they're building replacing a bridge down in Neosho County, they had to relocate some Neosho river mussels. One of our local endangered species.
Okay.
One-
Thank you, guys.
Well, thanks for coming in.
All right, appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's yours.
I got one.
You got one? You got one of those?
Yeah, I have that one. You,
I got one.
Did you get that?
I'll put it in here.
I've got a copy of the clerk, so I don't read it. And then as soon as I get a hold of her, I'll include you in on the emails about getting together. Sounds good.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Commissioners, I have a few more things to go, but we have a 10:30 discussion on the senior centers and animals. If you'd like to get that out of the way, then I can finish up the rest of what I've got.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. I'll just briefly go over it. So I had a few calls and complaints about dogs being in the senior center in Pleasanton. So right now, I don't think we have anything that would allow or not allow them, except for just a general, you have a dog that's a service dog. I think that we have to legally allow that.
Correct.
And if they're not, I don't know if there's something that the commission would like. I'm not leaning any direction. I'm just bringing it to your attention that there is a dog that's coming in there and I've had complaints. So
Is
How do
that,
we do it around the other buildings?
is that,
What is our policy?
so I know courthouse,
There-
they're not allowed.
There is no, that I could find structured county policy on this, unless there was a policy letter that I'm unaware of and can't find. You have several different things going on about the county. You have buildings where they are clearly posted, unless they're a service dog, that no animals are allowed into the building. You have other buildings where animals are there for work performance and duty, and perform services for agencies of the county. Then you also have agencies that have taken on animals for the purpose of morale, and you also have, such as ourselves, agencies that periodically animals are brought in and out by coworkers and other things, and there's been no complaints or anything of that nature. If there was, they'd be handled on an individual basis. So I can't think of anything more diverse in a lack of a definitive answer.
The only thing that I had from Joyce, it's up there on the screen, is the food and safety and lodging. So there is a Kansas statute, however, in a restaurant, but I feel
that
like
was
you
my
have a
question. So
solution.
are we talking about while they're serving the food? So,
Yes, there's a complaint about like the dog hair, kind of like while they're eating or while they're serving the food. It's just not a
okay,
well-groomed
and,
dog.
and like, the East Central Kansas Area on Aging has policies in,
This, yeah, and
for
it's,
pets as well.
that's correct. This is what Joyce sent me, what's up there, but I'm not sure. I think you still
So-
have to,
Can we reach out to them?
So are you guys okay with me reaching out to Leslie
That's what I would do. I'd reach out and see what their policy is for that.
and
because
see, because I know that we've had, I sit on that board
Mhm.
and we'd had an issue with a dog bite in Ottawa.
okay.
And so we've been going through a lot of this stuff. So
Interesting.
I would like to find out how it applies in this situation, if you guys are okay with that.
I think that would be great. Just,
Me too.
I didn't have an opinion on it. It's just,
That's what they sent me, East Central Kansas.
oh, okay. You can come up here. You can come up here if you want, so they can hear you.
And I think if they are the licensee holder, then they would be the agency that probably
And not the
would
county,
be
even though it's the
invested.
county building.
If the county defers to whomever because you have multiple people that run these
We'll
buildings.
find out what they say and go
Electeds,
from there, right?
employees. So
Okay.
I think I would defer to these people and their license because it does handle the complaint as well.
Okay.
Yes, Joyce. go
From
ahead.
what I understood, that's the statute that they sent me that I forwarded to you.
Yes.
And
thank
the way she talked is that they don't want animals in the building when they are serving food. But I think any other time they didn't have an opinion on it is what I understood, but you might check.
So, and I think, I mean, that's the only time that they're going to be concerned is when they're in there serving meals, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the
The
complaint
rest of the
was.
time, it's
So
our building. Right. Right.
anyway, that's all I had.
Thank you,
So
Joyce.
I'll just clarify that with
Okay.
Leslie and bring it back for next week.
You want to bring it back next week?
Yeah.
Can you put
Will that work?
for next week? That clears it up for me. I just wanted to have a little direction on it.
Thank you, Ally.
Okay. I just had a few more things to go over. With our latest winter event, we had some damage done on some parking blocks over here at the Justice Center in the parking area. In speaking to Jesse, and you can talk to him, some of our larger equipment is not the type of equipment you really want to put in a parking lot, simply because when it strikes something, the damage is done by the time you know you hit it. We have a UTV that was purchased to go off-roadway for the noxious weed department and spray. That would be a rather appropriate and a good opportunity to clean these two parking lots. It is a fully encased vehicle with heat, and we could price a snowplow and a spreader for it and use it on those lots. It would not be used for noxious weeds during this time of year, and it would make a good secondary purpose for the vehicle and for the operator. The only question I have for you is, if I go out and get pricing for this, is this something you're interested in? Because the money's there. I just don't want to continue to go out and seek prices. And that's something that I would like to work with you as
So
a,
what are we using currently to,
So we're using
Clear.
our dump trucks with the salt beds in them to come through, and we're using our skid steer to help
the skid steer is
Right.
cleaning?
is cleaning the parking lots, and then we come through with the dump trucks
And spread.
with our salt beds in and spread the salt in. The rough thing about road salt is it eats cement. And so there's patches here in the parking lot that the surface has been scraped and chipped off because that road salt eats cement. Now, they do make a salt that is not as abrasive on the cement. And so I brought this up with Sean the other day, that if we could use that noxious weed UTV and put a salt spreader on the back of it and a plow on the front, I think that would be very beneficial for this parking lot here, so we're not using that big dump truck coming through and spreading salt through there and also over there at the courthouse. So
I have a quick question. It's not a complaint. I just really wanted to know protocol. So when the health department closed, was it last Friday? I think? Well, I don't know what day it was, but
Two
anyway,
Fridays ago.
when we closed, my question, one of the reasons why was because they weren't able to get into the parking lot. So what time frame are our county parking lots cleared?
So this one and the courthouse are done before hours or after hours. So that way we're not having to deal with the vehicles in the parking lot. 'Cause if they're in there, you can't get it all cleared out, and then we have to wait. And you're doing it 2 or 3 times to get it cleared up. So as far as the health departments, I don't know if that's
Yeah, that's
our responsibility. If it is,
Well,
I was
according to her, it was.
unaware of that.
And so I'm just needed to know if at some point you could get back with us on the like the parking lots that you do go out and maintain when a storm comes in like that.
okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Who does the senior centers and stuff?
So the senior centers we take care of. Taught him for me. He took care of the one in Pleasanton.
Okay.
So that one was,
That might be something he
That was taken
did,
care of.
or maybe it was a day after. I'm not sure. I just wanted to know which buildings we are main.
yeah. And I can get you a list of those.
Perfect. Thank you.
Again, we'd like to go out and look at this, and I think it would be useful. Jesse and I spoke about it. It could be used to spread the secondary salt material that's safe for the concrete, and also give that operator and that machine more hours. But it's something that I have not addressed with you as a new commission yet.
Would John
I-
be the one taking care of?
Yes, I would prefer one operator on one piece of equipment. That way the accountability for the maintenance of the equipment and safety of it is accountable.
Well, should we have it stored here though in the wintertime though, instead of having to hook the trailer to haul a piece of equipment? I mean, if it's.
I would work with him, and we'll talk about that shortly, about moving some things around. I would work with him to have a place to move it over here. My question to you is, if we go out and we get bids for this, I don't expect everything that we get bids for to get pushed through, but it's been a lot of labor and a lot of work to go out and get bids for things that don't come to fruition. If you do not believe that something is at all going to be purchased, completed, please in the future, kill that project before we spend a lot of time, because I don't have the staff and the time to build up the project folders for it and get it done. I would just simply ask you to help me limit the projects and to narrow and focus my energy and our staff's energy. That way we get the more bang for the buck.
So what are we thinking here? I mean, ballpark range,
I think with what
$5,000?
I think with what Johnny's already put back, and we've already purchased chemicals for next year, no matter what the purchase price comes in, if we go with a factory recommended item, that Johnny's going to have more in capital than, well, more in capital equipment and overages because of the funding of that department to purchase this without even making a dent in his equiment fund.
It's a Polaris, correct?
I
What is it?
believe.
John do?
John, I don't
Okay,
answer the
so-
question. What's
I
the
guess-
cost roughly?
Well, I mean, just
So
a
do we
quick
have a
Google search, you're
ballpark?
looking at $1,000.
Huh?
1,000? I mean, I'm just Googling.
If you're looking at a spreader as well, a blade and a spreader, and then the mechanism to lift it, I cannot answer what the total on all those
I
would be.
personally would prefer not going out for bid at this point because we don't even know what we're maintaining. I don't know how many parking lots we're actually taking care of. I mean, does that make sense?
Our intent would be to assist Public Works and take over the parking lots here at the courthouse and quite probably at the health department.
I'm not against it.
I'm not against
saying
it, but I'd like to know
bids.
if you come to us, give us a ballpark figure on the cost. I mean, I understand that,
So the plows for them, depending on what kind of plow you get, whether you get a V plow or a solid plow, you're looking anywhere from $2,000 up to $6,000 for a plow. Depending on what kind of salt bed you put in it, you can get one that'll fill the whole bed that's automated to where it'll chain out just like our big trucks, or you can get one that just fits in the receiver hitch. It'll hold up to,
A couple bags.
it holds like 5 bags of salt altogether in there on the big ones that just fit in the receiver hitch. And it's just a electrical plug-in and you can turn it on. So there's several different options on that. I think the cheapest one that I'd found on there was about $400 for the one that fits in the receiver hitch, and then they just go up from there. So
like 2,500 to 7,500.
yeah, so like
Kind of the
the
range.
most expensive salt bed I found on there was like a $6,000 salt bed. It was a poly tank that you put in.
How do we do salt right now?
What's that?
We used a truck.
We use one of our big trucks to come through. The problem with the road salt is it eats the cement. We just need to find something that's not as abrasive on the cement. They do have a salt that's actually a lot kinder to the cement than our road salt.
Would this expense be coming out of noxious weed?
I
For the
believe we've
salt?
got the money for it in the noxious weed, not for the salt, but for the equipment to add to the machine.
But I don't know why we'd take it out noxious weed. I mean,
It's noxious weeds machine,
huh?
because it's noxious weeds
But it
machine.
isn't noxious weed equipment that we're buying.
I know.
I believe that fund has done so well that it is not going to make an impact on it to multi-purpose its own machine.
Are you saying we can't buy equipment that doesn't justify noxious weed usage, I guess?
I just don't see it coming out of noxious weed myself, but
Yeah, I see what you're saying as far as it coming out of there because it's their machine and everything's tied to that machine. When we sell that machine, that's going to be all together, not a separate thing, right? And that's the reason you're looking at it coming out of noxious weed.
If it gets sold, it goes back to the same fund.
I mean, noxious weed's going to be our operator.
And all we're asking is for an extra duty out of noxious weed.
Yeah.
All we're asking for basically is an extra duty out of noxious weeds. We're not asking to change the program. But the materials itself, as far as the building, I believe you've given the sheriff the ability to handle commodities in the purchasing. So
Right.
that would be up to him.
So the plow looks like around 1,000. The salt is more of like a 5,000 situation. So
But we
That,
can
right?
we can do the smaller spreaders,
Yeah.
no more than we're spreading.
no more than we're
Correct.
spreading. We don't
That's why I
have to
think a
have
receiver hitch
the
spreader is
receiver hitch.
going to be
type one
a
with,
better way to go.
Yeah.
Five-
And then if you have
five.
bags of salt, you can just throw it in the bed of the UTV and drive it around, and you've got everything with you. And I think just if we buy a straight blade plow for it, we can get one fairly cheap.
Why do you need a plow? I mean, when you
That's-
got,
I
you
don't
got the
think we
skid
need a V
steers around
plow.
to do the majority of the, you got skid steers, we can do a lot of the.
Right, and we've got a plow for the skid steer that we use. So
Right.
it's just, if we wanted to buy one, there is an option to put one on there, but I think mainly just for spreading the salt in the parking lot, I think that's gonna be.
Okay,
a lot easier.
so do we not need the plow?
I don't think it would be a bad idea to get one. That way, if he's going all the way over to do one of the health departments, instead of loading our skid steer up, taking it with us, we've got two operators, two pieces of equipment. We've just got one piece of equipment over there clearing.
Okay,
Where here, we can just road the skid
guess.
steer up here.
I guess I'm in favor of it, but under $2,500 is kind of where I'm thinking in my head.
and in my head, I'm still just thinking, what are we maintaining? What are we taking care of?
Right.
And that's all I would like for next week.
If you'd like us to write that down and have an operations plan
Yep, that's
and a purchase price for what we'd like, we'll put it together.
I'd like to see that too, and I'd like to also see if we're gonna do this, that we put Johnny or whoever it is, what he's responsible for clearing. You give us that work plan.
Right.
It says that Johnny's in charge of the health department, this, and this, or whatever, and, I'd like to see that plan too.
I think so. Okay. That work?
That won't be a problem.
Okay.
Speaking of some of the items that we talked about storage, I looked at the storage units over here that were purchased with the Justice Center. A lot of those units had not been changed out or touched since some of the original moves happened, and some departments had control of them, others didn't. And then also some of the building storage from the health department I found was in there as well. What you have in that is the first two bays on the south end are IT. The third bay is all of your Christmas lights and the tree for the inside of the foyer at the Justice Center. The fourth bay is full of lights that were taken down from the health department when it was remodeled. These are light balances that are still good, but are not in use when the building was remodeled. It also has a dozen 2x2 squares of brand new ceiling tiles and 4 brand new interior doors inside that storage unit. A multitude of cardboard boxes and taping material that was probably used to move the health department when it was moved. The next bay over only had one torn down desk from another department. I spoke to that department. They said they didn't even realize it was still there. Get rid of it. It's busted and broken. So we go to the end, which is the north end is a 2-bay, 2-door, 2-bay, and it has filters in it. It has 2 cabinets in it belonging to the register, 2 or 3 register of deeds. The rock testing equipment for gradations, and some air handlers from COVID. My recommendation to you would be to allow me to take the doors, the tiles, the lights all over and put it with the senior center commercial kitchen stuff in the bay at the old sheriff's department, in the building that we will be getting rid of at some point, in the 2 bays there, pile it up and have Joyce make a resolution so that we can auction it off. Any of the rest of the materials, like what is going to be saved, Christie's would be moved over. She would be given a lock for it and be in control of her own supplies. Basically, I could free up the 2 bays at the end for the sheriff. At that point, he's agreed to allow our maintenance people to move some stuff out of the basement.
That's what we're talking. The maintenance is storing salt and stuff in the basement of the courthouse and even a workroom.
Yeah.
And I was asking for more room. I reached out to the sheriff to see what he had in the old building south.
Yeah.
And he's got the van and he's got some other stuff stored in there, but he said if we'd give him, if he could have two bays of this over here, he'd clean out everything out of that building except for his van. He'd like to keep the van inside,
Okay.
but the rest of it, then the courthouse maintenance could have the building to use, because getting salt down there into the basement for storage is kind of hazardous. They said getting it in it.
Anything
Sure.
weight-wise that we can bring in on a level surface
Right.
through a door is going to be better.
Okay.
And that's where I reached out to Sean because Mike reached out to me and asking me about it this week.
So if you'd allow me to bring you a resolution with photographs of those items and things to get rid of that
Fine.
we cannot find a purpose for.
I'm all for if the things, if we aren't using them, unless it's something that we,
Have to have, or it's replenishable things, supplies.
supplies.
There are tiles and things that we can use and we can put in other storage areas that do fit, like the new senior center in Pleasant and other places.
Okay.
Well, we will definitely keep it down to things that we have zero purpose for.
I'm in favor of it.
You good with it?
I'm not understanding where the storage is at, but
It's the storage units right over here.
Oh, okay.
Next to the
building we're
parking lot.
talking about, it used to be, it's south of the sheriff's department, the 2-bay.
It's a 3-bay.
3-bay.
I mean, I think if you just bring it back, or let me see the resolution and the pictures, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Okay. Baskerville, we've talked a lot about 900 Road. In order to do Baskerville and to keep this project moving and to get it done on a timeline, I'm going to need to go out and purchase right away. Basically, we have discussed this before, but Baskerville,
This is the rock laid.
Yes. Arch, hand laid, probably WPA rock. We're gonna need to extend so that we can get a 3-to-1 because putting up the shoring was too expensive to make the wing and the front wall or head wall to it because it came with too many dead men that had to be sank into that and tied together. So we're gonna have to do the 3-to-1 and we're gonna have to bid a longer tube. To bid the longer tube, we need to own the ground or at least the right of way to the ground, and purchase more right of way in there. We're gonna need a survey to describe that so that we can hire a county counselor, an attorney to purchase right of way for us. And all of that has to be done before we even get close to getting the tube ordered and getting down here.
Any documentation on the project that you can email me?
Yes, I can show you the failed attempts.
I'll make it two.
So, I'm gonna have to look. I mean, I'd be guessing. But what I think we're gonna end up having to do is going to be going from somewhere in the neighborhood of 45, to 60 plus.
1, 2.
Yeah, so,
45-inch to 60-inch.
no, 45 feet.
Diameter, how big is it?
How big a diameter? We're talking between 8 and 10,
Okay.
as I remember. Water flow doesn't require a permit. The only reason we're going large is because if you look at the head wall, we can either put in a small pipe and catch a lot of brush, or we can use up the rest of this space, use less material for coverage and not have to clear it as often. So basically what we're doing is planning for the future and not having to have a lot of maintenance. And Jesse and I spoke about that, and he had a plan on what size that he wanted to go no lower than. What were you talking, like 8 to 10?
Yeah.
It'll be 60 feet long.
We have to be about 60 people.
And that is after we get the waiver. While they're working on surveys, I would be working on waivers from state historical on the possible WPA issue.
And what's the survey gonna cost?
I'm gonna have to get you a price on that and bring it back to you, but if you agree to this path, I will go get you a price before we agree to anything. But I'm betting the survey is gonna be well below my.
Okay, and so our alternative to doing this is we're gonna have to come in and put steel. Or what? What is our other path besides making the tube longer? Do we have a choice?
We tried to, yes. And we were gonna put a squash tube
Right?
with a pre-manufactured head wall welded to it with bars and metal. Anchor it into the floor. And then we were going to weld wing walls off of that. And the engineers told us, without putting in dead men and tying all that back to those wing walls, that they'd never last. They said by the time we got done putting our dead men in and our wing walls and supporting all of it, that we were better off buying land and doing a 3-to-1 to slope.
Okay.
They just told us we were going to spend a lot of money sinking steel into the ground to hold this project steady.
Nothing with the concrete anyway. We could do concrete on this.
I think we did, we got more head walls and wing walls in it to put in there. you set the culvert and then form them up, have a contractor come in and do the cement on them. The biggest problem with this one is the fall that's on the downstream side coming in. The upstream side isn't so bad. It's just the way the land falls coming out. That tube sticks out so far, what is there, 8 feet before, from the bottom of the existing tube to where the water hits the ground. So there's enough fall that we'll have to do quite a bit of work on the other side and wrap, sending it out on a 3-to-1 slope.
And that is the side that a metal tube's been crammed into the existing structure.
Let's find out what the survey cost and get moving forward on trying to get the,
Do we have a roughly price estimate of what it's gonna take to do this bridge?
I got some prices per foot on a 8-foot culvert and cost of a band to band the culverts together in there, so. I do have that rough cost on it. We just.
Then we're talking about survey, legal,
As
dirt,
far as the dirt work and the rock, we don't have anything on it.
and then you're planning on capping some of that with 3-inch or something over
Yeah,
the top.
4 to 6 inch riprap on the inlet and the outlet of that for erosion control. I haven't worked anything up because I didn't know exactly how much culvert we're gonna put in, how much land we need to purchase. I shouldn't move forward with any of that. I wasn't real sure exactly how much we're gonna be able to spend on that, how much land we need to buy.
So we had engineers look at it, I guess, is what you guys are saying.
no.
No.
Yes, we had engineers look at it, and they originally came up with the pre-manufactured steel head wall and wing walls until they decided that the cost was going to be so prohibitive. They went out and looked at the cost of that process and said, first of all, that transportation required us to weld the wing walls in place. And if we welded them in place, they would have to have structural support and dead men holding them in. Those would have to be sank and concreted in and then secured to the wing walls. And they were, by the time they got done, they said, you're going to pay more for those supports than you would to buy a larger tube, some right of way, and 3-to-1 this.
Okay.
And the 3-in-1 can be rock and dirt, I guess is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
so you have your 3-1 underneath, which will be all your.
I'm good with going up.
I mean, I'm just gonna make a general comment on all the projects you guys have going on. I just feel like I need to see it. I need to see it somewhere, if it's in SharePoint or somewhere. I don't really have like a vision of 900 and this project, and I feel like when we talk about it, I'd rather pull it up, see exactly what we're talking about. You said we've had engineers look at it. I need to see those documents. Is that something that I don't know what we're.
Went and looked at Baskerville. I've went to 900 more than once. I've been there, but I haven't been to Baskerville.
I mean, I don't even know the address to the location you're talking about. So there's just some
What-
things that I don't feel comfortable.
Would it be easier if we built project folders for you, or
I don't want
I
anything
think-
printed out. I want everything in some sort of project task management software. I'm
think there
personally
should be
using
project
OnePoint.
folders.
Yeah.
yeah,
There
if
should be project
if we built project folders and sent them out to you in your packets, they would have pictures, engineering, all of that. And then once you were able to read those, if you had questions, we'd be able to take you to the sites. Because obviously there are some things that you can only visualize.
Well, I mean, and even like to her point, going back to the landfill, you know, if our agreement with Terracon needs to be dropped into that folder
The land. Yeah, exactly.
that we just signed today.
All of those go into the S drive, into those folder sections, yes.
I mean, on the SharePoint, for us to be able to pull up and look at as we're preparing ourselves to talk about those things in the meeting.
So, and that's a good question. If you,
Because right now, this is my file.
if you sign it, the following week, you would like anything you sign dropped into SharePoint so that you
And
can
the
put it in
supporting
your,
documentation, yes.
okay.
And that we build files out there based off the project. So that way we can keep straight, well, okay, well, this is vertical expansion. This was what we were looking at for the new landfill, you know, to expand it to the new site.
Okay.
You know, that way it's that project that we're doing at Baskerville Road versus 900 Road. 900 Road, you've got the pictures and stuff that you gave us today sitting in that deal so that we can look at it and make those decisions.
Yeah, I mean, like I just 3-hole punched all the documents you gave me and put it in the binder, but I don't really want to do that. I would like it to be online. Also, when we transition to new employees or commissioners, it would just make it a lot easier. I wouldn't have to ask a lot of these questions or not know what was going on coming into this.
Target and project folders I'm very familiar with. How,
I can create the folders on SharePoint.
Yeah, but I don't
And
think
then
I
if-
would, if I can interject, but I would create another SharePoint site. That would be projects, because what's going on right now is the SharePoint site for commission is for commission. There's,
Chris, can you come to the mic?
you know, currently there's Cora implications. That's why we use the commission SharePoint site. But what you're asking for is project updates, which now, the way it's set up today, everybody that has some update, myself included, would have to send it to the clerk to have them, when they get time, put it on SharePoint. But if we just created another SharePoint site, because we have several, we can have as many as we want, and call it Linn Projects, but then give Sean or Jesse or whoever access to update those on their own.
Okay.
So instead of the clerk doing
But
it.
would it work through our same one? It's just, we're going to have to
Correct. It
go
would just,
back to home and come out of commission.
yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I think we need to have,
No, that makes complete sense. Yeah.
but it would help me to see what I'm building rather than to hand something I think
Yeah.
I built properly and then have you have to pull it apart and then re-enter it into SharePoint. So it doesn't end up what I think I am.
So what we're saying is whatever you put in there, you would be the one putting it in there into the, I like that
I do
because that
too.
puts
do
all the
too.
responsibility on the department head.
Well, and it also gives me a visual of what you're seeing, so you and I are talking the same language. Because
right.
the communication gap is a very real thing. And if I can show you what I'm talking about and then build a folder electronically as a guide to enter those in, project 1, project 2, project 3.
Yeah.
As those documents come up and tell you that I put new projects into these folders you may want to look at.
Oh, it'll tell you about that.
Okay.
Just like you do now for your commission, you get those daily, if something's
Updates.
in there,
Yep.
And that's what it would, or
Just show us that we have an update in SharePoint and we can go look at the file.
exactly.
Okay. I think that would be beneficial.
Are we just requesting Sean at this point to start off with?
I think
And
so.
that's me, or-
I think it's as we're doing more projects with other departments, we have them do the same thing.
Start off with Sean.
Yep.
Okay. I'm
Right.
good with that. Let's see how, like, are you thinking 2 weeks on that, Chris? A week?
I think 2 would be ideal, just to work the kinks out with Sean, and then.
We can start with Sean and then we can move forward.
Mhm.
I think I would like to see that. I think that would be helpful.
I do too.
I think it would benefit everyone and it would, like your folder, which I have several of, it would keep the manual duplication and waste of paper and space and time and energy down to a minimum, because that is the most frustrating thing is to spin wheels trying to get things accomplished.
Right. And I kind of jumped on here just today, just wanted to make sure this works. But even moving forward, I wouldn't mind having like some of those pictures you gave us today, like having those up there for the public to see on the screen. Are you guys okay with that or not okay?
I am.
The more we have, like, just like a little bit more interaction with people that come in here or even online. So,
Okay.
all right, thank you. Do you have anything else? Sorry, I kind of sidetracked you.
Let me make sure we've got everything taken care of.
I had a couple
I have-
questions before you leave, though.
I have a request from our office manager for 10 minutes of executive session for non-elected personnel in reference to the matrix that I sent you. And I'm sorry, you said you had something? for
Yeah,
me?
just so I had a couple of notes. We talked about the swim beach last week. You were going to look into the recommendations. Do you have a time frame on that?
I have,
It's not, I just wanted to put it in here. Like, I want to be able to not forget that you mentioned the swim beach and then have a date that I'm going to ask again for an update. Does that make sense? Or when we get this drive, you can put that date in the swim beach project. Does that make sense? What I'm looking for? Just feel like sometimes we talk about a lot of things and then they're dismissed for weeks and then they come back up in 6 months and then there are more questions and then we're like, oh, we talked about that. And I think that the drive will eliminate a lot of those concerns I have, but in the meantime, I just didn't know if you had a date.
I only have one copy of it. What I have is a recommendation to go out to wildlife and parks and make basically an opening pitch to them to start off the conversation and see if they're willing to sit down to the table. My recommendation to you would be allow me to send that on Linn County's behalf to Wildlife and Parks and to set a date to sit down with Wildlife and Parks and find out what other criteria they're going to require before they judge our request. When we sit down with them, I would like one representative of the commission to sit down and express the commission's direct want or concerns for these things, as opposed to me interpreting it for them.
So you're looking for, so you haven't sent this out yet?
That would be correct.
Okay, because it said January 2nd.
That was just typed and hasn't been updated.
Totally fine. You want to start putting this in that drive that he's going to create in a couple weeks and we'll revisit that? Or do you want us to read through this and have an answer?
I can put it in your drive for next week and we can have a discussion on it. And I can remake my request. My request would be that as I speak to them or negotiate with them, that one of the members here be involved in that discussion. Because there will be discussions brought up that will be above my pay grade during that discussion.
I think it would make sense that we have a representative there.
Do you think it'd be bad to have them come and talk to us right here? I mean, as far as what we're doing, just all three of us, if we had questions or not?
I would say that maybe on the second round or third round, that would be doable. On the first round, it may be perceived as a line in the sand and not a open conversation.
So you're looking for approval just to send this letter out?
And ask them to the table. Yes.
and ask for the meeting. And then at that point, you want one commissioner to go to that meeting. And then after that, then everyone would come back here.
Yes, I'd like to sit down with them first, have them tell us, you need to bring these things forward to us. Once we bring them to them, then make them an offer to come here and give an explanation.
Will Sherry be at this with you?
Yes, she would.
Thanks. I think that'd be great. Jason, do you want to
I would be happy to,
be on that?
if you guys are okay with that.
I'm good with it.
I'm good with that.
I can ship that out and send it to your SharePoint at the same time.
Perfect.
And then keep you abreast of when the meetings and what times things occur.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Any other questions for me?
I don't have any.
Let me double check. Sorry. No, I'm good.
Okay. The only thing again I had was Joyce asking for 10 minutes of executive session.
Anybody else have anything?
And I cannot answer. I'm more than willing to be there for anything that is necessary myself as a supervisor, but you'd have to ask her as to whether or not I need to be present in the room.
Okay.
I think that's okay if you're in there. Did she not? Okay. I'll make a motion that, do you want to go into?
Does anybody else have anything?
Oh, yeah, do you want to do?
I have something and Chris has something.
Go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, Chris, you've been there a long time.
Actually, is this one on? Yeah. You asked me to come today, so I
Yes.
wanted to,
So I've been working with Chris on quite a few things, so he's done a lot of work for me. Some of the things, let me pull this up. So I think the P drive, that was one thing that I think maybe we can work with. If you can get that on our computers when we're here,
so,
connected to the
yes.
internet.
So here's the thing with the P drive though, that's the shared drive for all departments and it's secured by even electeds. So what I mean by that, I know one thought that you had was like the employee records, but that's underneath of clerk. So I don't currently, unless we separate those files out, I mean, I feel like I would have to have the clerk approve the access. Do you see what I'm?
Yeah, so the original question that I had, what I wanted to know each employee in each department or elected official and then their pay, so I can compare that to the pay matrix and where we're at. But I do not have access to the P drive to get that information.
And I can print you that list off.
I know,
Yeah, and that's
but
totally
that's
fine.
not, that wasn't the issue though. It was just more of, should we have access or not? Or do
Well,
we always go to the clerk?
And maybe as a recommendation, as we're talking about SharePoint, because the SharePoint gives us great insight. I mean, so does the NAS, but you can't access the NAS external of our network here, security, right? But, you know, I can look and see what options there are that maybe if we could sync up a folder that's what you're asking for with a SharePoint site that's accessible by the commission with the information that you're asking for to make that available from there. So again, we're not asking the clerk or HR to do additional work or have, additional changes or stresses to the departments. I'm happy to do whatever. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
And we bought the Chromebooks up front because of the cost, and really the web was kind of the focus at the commission level. And so they're really not super geared towards, like Windows is for our business operations. Like we can't run PubWorks on those or
Right.
those kind of things. So accessing the NAS, although I looked and I believe it is absolutely doable, I'm confident in that. But you would have to be physically here on the Wi-Fi for that piece to work. And then beyond that, if you were to try to open, a file that your computer didn't have a viewer for, it should be able to open Word and Excel, but Anyway, I'm just saying there could be some headaches or bumps in that road. But if you want to access the NAS, we can do that, I believe.
So that was also, I talked to you guys about this morning. I'm not able to print here when I'm in the annex. And the P drive, I didn't want to always have to go to the clerk if I had a question on who's working for us. I wanted to be able to access that. The other thing would be Pub Works and the open ticket requests. I'd like to add an auto reply when people go onto the website or fill out a ticket, or even if they call in, that an automatic reply would be sent out that they've received the ticket. Not necessarily, like we kind of talked about it, like maybe 24 hours, they'd be notified, someone would be in contact with them. Don't know what you guys.
Okay, and that's on like the public works side?
Yeah, it's like if you went online and you had an issue or you just filled out a
Road,
ticket,
the
there-
tree down in a road.
you would fill it out, but there's zero response. Really ever. There's really never any communication
So I did
with
try.
the person that did it.
I did try to call PubWorks 3 times,
Yes,
in fact,
I remember
and
that.
I have not talked to them yet. I don't really know why. The one thing I shared with Commissioner Hamilton was that, PubWorks did get bought here about 2 years ago by a product called G-Works. Now, for a multitude of reasons, which we can get into if you really want to, but we did not switch off of PubWorks to G-Works. Now, G-Works is completely web-based, but there was some significant cost and data issues. We'll just leave it at that for now. So we still run PubWorks locally. PubWorks originally, as I recall, just off the top of my head, they had a module that we could add for this type of thing where somebody could submit online and it would come through. That's what I'm trying to reach out to them. Is that module even still available? I know through G-Works it is, but through PubWorks, I don't know. But like I say, I've been really struggling to get them to even, I've left 3 voicemails and sent an email and I haven't got a response back from them yet.
So that's something I had asked him about. I just wanted to make sure you guys are okay with still trying to figure out if someone puts a ticket in online, that PubWorks would send out an auto reply on that or have communication.
Somebody will have to do that as far as an
It'll
employee.
just automatically do it.
No, it's an
automatically once
auto.
it's done.
It's just like,
Yeah,
if
but-
there's no one really doing it. It's just an automatic.
If the module, correct, my understanding is the module would receive the email or the
Say your
request.
request has been submitted,
Yep.
then when it's completed, would it also send could we
That's
have
what
it
I'm
send
wondering when it's
a,
completed. We'll have.
In a perfect world, yes. I don't know about the module details yet. So
Is it okay for him to keep looking into that
I think
module?
so.
Okay.
I think so. I mean, I think that makes sense.
Also, when I was in his office, I don't know if you guys have been over there, but he has the screens that has the open ticket request, what he's doing, how much he's getting accomplished. And to me, like that would be a great way to evaluate like all of the work that he is doing, like in the future. That's another story. But in here, even for Joyce, is that something that I know he said he can do that? It just is a TV screen. Would that be something for PubWorks to have like open tickets, whether it's a road or a trees down, shows things that are open. Do you have something to say?
On the online submissions.
You want to come to the mic? Sorry, I know. People want to hear you.
On the online submissions, if you
Yes.
guys want, I mean, it's just going to add more to my day. I can call those people and let them know it was received.
And I think what we're looking for more is
An automated.
computerized, not
An
trying
email
to
Right.
add.
to do away with you.
The phone number is what they plug in right now. They don't have a place for an email address on those requests. So I don't know if they can add an email address and that could somehow generate, I don't know. But
Okay.
an
Is the
email's not.
form something that the county did?
Yeah.
So
Do
we
you-
can make
do you not get
adjustments.
very many emails as far as ticket requests? Is it all phone?
I get more on the phone than I do online. Yeah, I think I had one come in over the weekend, late Friday night. I got one that came through, but that's the only one I've had since last week.
Where would the ticket, on the website, where is that located?
I think, look under the road department. I believe, it might be on the front page
It's
as
on the front
well.
page.
there's
It said road issue or something like that.
The public works department.
On the front page.
Yeah, it's under quick links. It says submit a road problem.
Problem, go down.
Oh, report a problem. Okay, got it. Would that be something, are you on there, Jason?
I am not.
Okay. You see how you have like the ask a nurse? Is that something that you could do for Hub Works? Because honestly, like, I guess I'm still not seeing. Oh, report. So you click on it and then you have to go all the way down and then go to report a problem. Okay.
Well, and I mean, that'll be something we'll be looking
Wow.
to update if we're updating the
Website.
website, right?
Yeah, that's another question. I did have that on there. In the meantime, I mean, are we committed to the website going to someone else? And in the meantime, are we committed to still making things simpler through Chris of what we have going on?
I'm still committed to looking at the website. I mean, myself, I mean.
And
see
in the,
what we can
but
do.
in the meantime, would you want to make any updates on our current site?
How long are we talking here? I mean,
I mean, I think it would be nice if they were made, but
Yeah.
at the same time, I think we have so many that I think we should be focusing on our manpower and everything that way on the new website, not
I
on
don't want to
correcting.
spend time with this old system if in 6 months or even 4 months, 4 to 6 months, if we can get up. and
Right.
running. I'd rather focus it on something else myself.
Because it's
On
been
the
like this for a
homepage.
while.
And it says ask a nurse. If you put some sort of logo that said report a road problem or whatever that is that an hour deal, a day deal?
Oh, no, it's 10 minutes.
Okay.
We've actually done it before. Typically, we would have 4 things that we would group on the front page, but it would get old. It would get stale because nobody would ever submit anything, and we don't know what, we try to pick something to put out there. So those are the 2 that are there now is just because that's where there just wasn't any new submissions. If we've done it before where the treasurer has a tax sale or something, we'll put that as a picture right there on the front and link over to the page that has the information, those kind of things. But
On the front page, we have 2 things. And if he's saying 10 minutes, would that be something you guys would want to do or let it be?
If what now?
If we added report a road, see right here on this. If you did something like this right here, or you just want to let it be. Do you want me to go on?
Just change it for road report or?
Yeah, or something. I mean, right now you have to go here. And it may not be a big deal to other people. I just,
How long does that take you to change that?
that's 10 minutes.
about 10 minutes.
10?
Yeah. It's just a picture and a link.
Okay. I don't have a problem with
I
him
don't have
doing
a
it.
problem with it.
Can you add an email to that as
Yeah.
well? Thank you.
Is that something like you could get Mr. Rhodes or can he do that kind of thing?
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's here 1 day a week, so something like this, I don't like to just sit on it.
Right.
But if I have time this afternoon, I'll take care of it myself, or he'll be in tomorrow, and it may be on his ticket list.
I guess I've reached out to him to fix a few things on the website. So from the commission, if it's less than an hour or less than 15 minutes, are you guys okay with fixing things that are absolutely incorrect, or I keep reaching out to him on a few things? I mean, it is in the job description that he maintains the website at this point. We don't have a time frame. We've not signed a contract with the new website.
Right.
I don't know. I just don't want to get, and also if you're not prepared for the transition, you don't have it the way you want it. The new website coming in, it's going to cost more money at that point to show them,
To
oh, actually, we
transfer.
didn't want that. We wanted it to say this.
Okay.
I don't know. That's just my quick thought on it.
So you're saying you're basically fixing a few problems we
Just
have
a
now?
few. I mean, I don't want to
Overwhelming?
yeah, I don't want to overwhelm you, but
No,
feel like-
it's not a problem to us. Like we talked before. It's just if they just let us know what they want, I'm happy to make that happen.
oh yeah, we never talked. So I kind of briefly talked about that earlier with Chastity, but if there is something incorrect on the website, that has to be emailed to Chris for that to be changed.
Right.
So, and I don't think a lot of people maybe were aware of that. I know I was just
So
Service
realizing
ticket.
that, but
yeah, and we get tickets pretty frequently. Like I got one last week from the treasurer. We got from the appraiser. I know. I think it was either last week we got from the marina. They changed their fees, I guess. So we updated the site with the fees. And we're not. None of this stuff takes very long. We use a WordPress backend, so for the most part, it's just. Especially what a lot of the requests are. Hey, I hired this person. See, we don't necessarily know. Yeah, we might set up the user, but kind of like what
On an average,
Darcy
how
was
much
saying.
time do you spend a week doing this type of stuff? I mean,
Currently, an hour.
hour a week?
Yeah, not much. Now, if you wanted a complete facelift on the website, that's going to take some time and stuff just to change out the templates. But to type that stuff in, to change the names or to put different, I took it upon myself last week to go and update all the elected official information because that obviously changed. I think that took me a total of probably 20 minutes, and I even actually missed one. Allie was able to correct that for me. So anyway,
Well, like you say, maybe it's a thing to go ahead and start doing it. I mean, like as much as we can, if you see the mistakes until we.
yeah, I mean, just like the airport, I asked him to take this off.
So, and I guess I didn't see that, so I will take it
That's
down.
okay. I thought I sent you a lot, so
That's
I
okay.
apologize.
So as far as the airport page, I guess what I explained to Commissioner Hamilton was that when you stopped selling fuel, we took all the links off the site, but we didn't know what the outcome of the airport was for no other reason than just we took the links off, but we didn't remove the page itself.
Right.
So do you want me to update the page or do you want me to just delete the page?
I mean, at this point,
Because I'm not real sure what I would put
We're
on.
not offering any services
I know.
there.
I mean,
So I would
I
be fine
hate to
deleting the
advertise
page.
that we even have an airport at this point. I mean, I know that
We
we're.
basically don't have unless you want to land there today.
I mean,
I'm fine
Yeah.
deleting the page.
I'm okay with. There's nothing on that page that's really accurate.
No, it's not. It is. I mean, like I said, that's been
It's not,
a year or
the
two
pictures are
ago.
even not-
Yeah.
They're not even up to date. So
Yeah.
that's-
That I don't think it was 2 years, but it was when they decided to stop the fuel. You
Since
get
you was here, right? I mean,
Do what?
since you've been here, it was a year and a half or so ago, right? Shut the airport down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
The other thing that I had. Okay, so so Jessica had originally done a committee member for the airport actually, I'll share it with you guys. Hold on just a second. All right, so this was created through GIS mapping. I think Pam Cannon did this, and this is when people want to be, or they're interested in being on a committee with the county. This is what this is for. So I would like to go over and talk with Pam about this and make a few updates. So the airport committee, the economic development, health department, advisory board, that one was dismantled. So I'd
Right.
like to take that off. Keep planning and zoning. So there would just be 3 options there.
Right.
The other thing right now, these are going back to Jessica, but I'm pretty sure you've got that redirected.
so they go to
But-
Pam.
Okay, now they're going to Pam, but
Yeah.
right up here it still says it's going.
I
To
think
Jessica.
that's if you had a question, they were reaching out. Yeah, but that again,
So just
Pam
a
would
few
adjust
things that
that.
I'd like to
Yeah.
just update on
Yep.
that paragraph, if you guys are okay with that, and then also eliminate some of these paragraphs that there's just a lot of questions that I mean. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like people don't respond when there are too many paragraphs to answer if they're interested in something, but maybe you guys are okay with that. So I would like to go to Pam. I'd like to have her update this and then also question on where they go. I personally would rather have, if they're in my district, I'd rather them go to my email. Same with you guys. Like if someone clicks District 1, they would just go to you directly. Or they could go to you and Pam just in case something.
Well, and I mean, what I've done in the past is I've had conversations with the people running those boards.
That's what I
Yeah.
did too. Anytime, like if it was just like economic development.
I guess I'm building a list kind of in my head
Well, that's economic development with the three that I had to pick. I talked to Chastity and we worked between the two of us to come up with names.
Yeah, I have one that I'll be bringing, I think February 3rd. I told Darren I'd have P and Z member, but I wanted to be able to, on social media, put that out there. If people are interested. I don't just want to pick and choose my friends. I want people in my district that maybe I don't
Right.
know that would be a really good fit.
That's what we're
Well,
doing.
and
this
I
for,
reach out
is-
to the other municipalities
Mhm.
and things that way to try to help build my list. And what I'm saying is I would share with Darren or Chastity or the health department when we had that, who was on that list. That way they're maintaining the list. Hey, if there's an opening for District 1, this is kind of the direction we're going.
So when those go back, instead of just going to economic development, it would go to P and Z or EcoDevo and the commissioner. Are you guys okay with that? So I know when people are submitting an
That's
application.
I'm
fine.
good with it coming to me. I mean, if it's in my district.
Yep.
Plus the person that controls
Yeah,
the board.
Right.
Right.
Okay, if you guys are okay with that. Also, this is just on Linn County Facebook for economic development. Are you guys okay with him adding a link to that on the website?
I'm good with whatever you want to put on the website. I mean,
Yes.
I think if we can get, the more we get out there, the better we'll be.
Okay, the last thing, I don't know if this is necessary, I had him, so when we're talking about applications or just like the general application for the county, planning and zoning notice, I would like to add a QR code to the public notice that goes in the paper or social media, so people can look at that. He sent me a QR code, you scan it, you can go directly to our website and the application pulls up.
For the application.
But I don't know if that's just the clerk's office or if that has to do with that. Like we're asking for the notice to be put in the paper. Do we have control over what that looks like? I didn't know if we did or not.
Planning and zoning puts the notice in the paper, the coordinator. Right?
Well, I just mean in general, if it's under our department and it's not an elected official, we would have control over what that looks like. So I was asking for permission to add a QR code that Chris may or developed.
And you can,
put that on.
that's easy enough.
Yeah, he's already sent them to me, but I just didn't send it on
Yeah.
to the clerk because I didn't know. And now this one, we're gonna keep running the way it is. I'm not changing anything on it. I don't think we were. We're just
You,
Or were
in
we
your
gonna wait
email,
till
you told
today?
me you were gonna
wait till
update it.
today
Yeah.
if they approved adding the QR code.
Yeah, and you were gonna talk to them about it, Indeed and KAC.
Yeah, so okay, back to the QR code. So I'd like to add that and then also do we want to have like an end date of like when we're gonna stop accepting applications? Have that in the actual notice or no?
Applications for the boards,
No.
for the,
No, sorry.
like planning
I'm
and
on to the
zoning
next.
director.
So for the planning and zoning
applications.
director.
Oh, okay.
So we put it out there. Usually I would see that in the paper and I would want to know like, hey, we're closing on February 3rd.
We should have an end date on it. I mean, we should have applications taken for whatever it is, 3 weeks, 30 days,
So
2 weeks.
with that being said, I just felt like how we communicate with the clerk's office on what we want that to visually look like. I'd like to just update that a little bit.
Okay.
If you guys want to see it before, I'm totally fine with that as well.
Okay.
You want to
Yep.
draft before? Can you send a draft before and I can talk to you more about it?
What is it?
Okay.
We usually advertise 2 weeks, usually don't we, on any job, but
Yeah, so there's one in the paper now. It's in the Linn County News. But I think she wanted to, so you want to you want to see the draft and
Well, I just didn't want to make the changes and then them not see it before it goes on the website. That was another thing too. Like they're not even on the website. They're not on the website. We haven't posted anything on social media about planning and zoning director. I mean, like I went back to October and we don't have a post for the planning and zoning director. and we've been asked. I just feel like, what's the protocol when we are looking for employment? What are we doing?
It was on the county website.
Well, I
don't know when.
Yeah, it's under the employment opportunities.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
yeah, if you go to linncountyks.com/jobs, or on the homepage, there's a link that says job openings.
And that one's still in there. Okay, I'll look at that one.
How long do you think we ought to post it for a deadline? I mean, I'm good with putting a deadline on it.
So it's already in the paper. I was thinking February 3rd, but
Did we decide to put it anywhere else? I mean,
yes. So we had talked briefly through email. So KAC, this would be a free option through this one. That's the paper I found. I don't think we need to put it on Indeed and pay the money for that.
Indeed is free.
Never mind. I don't know if I care about it going on Indeed, but for sure KAC and run it till February 3rd was my thoughts initially.
Okay.
I'm good with it.
So KAC, let me go into the clerk stuff. KAC, the website, the newspaper, and the Linn County, Kansas social media page. If Indeed is free, I guess I don't necessarily care. I didn't know that was free, so.
Yeah, Rose said that she had enough built up with them that she could do a free ad, so, I mean.
Just
it wasn't
this
a
one's
problem.
free, or?
No, all of
Get in
them.
the situation.
All of them. No, we're good. She said she's totally good.
Okay.
So, and we went on there and we both went on and looked at the KAC and we're good to go. She knows how to post it, and told her you had asked us to do that. So we went on and looked at it. So we're good.
I just wanted to clear up, like, when we asked the clerk to post a job for us, that it's clear on where we're posting it and how long. Last thing
How long you want to go?
I said
February
February 3rd, but you guys.
No, but each time, like, we don't have to go back to that date each time. What do you want to do? You want 3 weeks, 2 weeks, or just where we can set it
I
up?
say you can say 3 weeks, but that might change. Like, are you saying like a minimum of 3 weeks that we would post a job every time, or no? I mean, I feel like every situation is different.
Well, if we go off of the day we posted, we could be 3 weeks, and then we wouldn't have to set a date each time, is what I'm saying.
I think what we've done in the past is kind of like what Commissioner Johnson is saying, is we say it's out there and then it says, job will be posted until position is filled. And then we take it out of the paper once it's filled or are down off the website.
Jason, what are your thoughts?
I'm fine with continuing to do it that way.
Okay.
The way that we're doing it from
So
that standpoint.
if we get enough applications to go ahead with an interview, we can interview what we have.
And if we find a candidate, we can move forward. And if we're still looking, we're still looking. I would just like to see us be, I guess, more proactive on getting those interviews set up in a timely fashion and trying to find somebody to fill those spots.
So with planning and zoning, and this is just my opinion, are you guys okay with closing that like February 3rd and looking at the applications?
I'm good with that.
Looking at the applications
'Cause, I mean,
on
we've had it
February
out for
3rd.
a while.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris, do you have anything else? I feel like
No.
we went over a lot last week, so
Yeah. No, I'm
thanks
happy to do
for
it. Yeah.
all your help with that.
I don't have a problem with going ahead and updating a few things, at the time, it's your time.
Yeah.
Anything that's wrong on it, update it.
Okay.
And if I may, as far as the NAS connection, so, I mean, with our time today and everything, I have a new cell phone for Commissioner Hamilton, and that phone number has actually been posted on the website. It's the county cell phone, so it's I'll get that over to you today,
Okay.
right away. If you could give me a week on looking at the NAS, let me see if there is a better alternative to that, because I think you getting access, all of you getting access to what you want, but again, trying to keep it where the departments aren't changing their processes massively and you guys not having to be frustrated. I want this access, but, I think, let me dive into that and see what I can figure out for you.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
And then, really quick on
Yes.
the printing though, is that something?
Yes, and I will, let me work on that this week, and
Okay.
I will let you know, but I anticipate having that fixed for you Monday.
Okay.
We're gonna have to do something to your machine, set up the driver on there, but I believe we've got a Chromebook over there, and that'll give me time to,
Where we can print from here.
yep, you just hit print, and it'll come out on the copy machine.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day.
I have, Stars has requested their first payment for the year, 2/3 of what was, contracted for the year. I have their contract here and what is, what they're asking for. So there's just a copy of their contract. And then a copy of the minutes. I think it was. I remember what they said they were asking for. So there's that. It's 2/3 of their total.
Okay, so again, on this is something I'm gonna need to be brought up to speed on. Is this a mill? Is this?
It's a mill. One
So
mill.
we don't go above, so it's a mill, but it's not more than what we paid them last year. So it's actually less than a mill.
We set an amount
Yeah,
last year and capped it.
yeah.
Okay.
So it's not quite a mill.
Do you guys feel that we got the financial report that we should have gotten from them?
Are you asking for us to approve that today? Is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm. He just sent the email. He requested it. It's up to you whether you approve it or not.
Okay, well, I'd like to, so
It's just.
their board meeting is coming up and I'm our representative on that currently.
Perfect.
Can we wait until after that?
Absolutely.
And I'll come back with a kind of report and then we can go from there.
That'd be good.
I think that would be
I'm
a
good
good
with
start.
Okay. So it is, I want to say it's next Tuesday night. Monday night. So it's after our meeting at 6. So it'd be the following week that I would be bringing something to you. Would that work?
All of the boards that we're supposed to, you're on, or I might be on, all the possibilities, is that listed anywhere? I mean,
I kind of got told about mine whenever it got passed on to me from the previous, is the way I got it. So, I mean,
That's how it was with the area on aging for me.
yeah. What you're on, I don't know if David would have any idea or.
I just think it would
So
be,
what's the date of that meeting? I'm sorry.
even like on our commissioner pages on the websites, what boards we serve on. I just feel like the public should know what we're doing.
Okay.
Right now, I don't think I'm on anything, but I wouldn't know. No one's told me.
Okay, so that meeting date is the 28th at 6
Thank you.
is when I'll be attending that one.
Okay.
So, and then the only other official capacity I have here is on the Area on Aging Board. And we meet next Tuesday on it. So, every other month.
You want to put the stars to discuss the stars on February 3rd agenda?
Yes.
Can you do that?
I will. Yes.
Is there a, since you're on the board, as far as the teachers, stars, is there a place where the accreditation for each teacher, you know, of what they're accredited to, something that we don't get a lot of information from?
Okay.
Do we want to do I have a few other things to talk about, but if we want to take executive session first,
Okay.
so I'm fine with that.
You have anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, so I guess we need 10 minutes of executive session, non-elected personnel with the three commissioners and Joyce.
Okay.
That's my motion. We'll return at, what, 1:07,
108.
1:08, okay.
I'll second that motion.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yep. No action from executive session. You have anything else, Darcy?
I do, actually. I found, in the minute about Southeast Kansas juvenile. And it looks like the only thing that we have in the minutes, it says the counselor reported that he has spoken with Johnson County Juvenile Detention Center, and it would be an option for us. The commission instructed counselor to draft a letter to Southeast Kansas Juvenile Justice Center to cancel our contract and to work on an agreement with Johnson County. So I need to look, I will dig and see if I can find that letter.
Okay, so we sent the letter
Think
because they
so.
came in and saw us
Yep.
after we sent the letter.
Yes, I do remember that.
Like they did. When was
Yep.
that? What month was that?
That was in,
June.
yeah, it was June. It was in
Because we
June.
had to let them know by July 1st.
Yep, that is correct. And so I will find that letter and send it to them and say, why are you still billing us?
Okay.
And then
Then we need to work and see what we got as far as,
I'll,
And I think, so
so who works
I mean-
that contract? Is that James? Or who
no,
does
he
that?
can't do it. I mean, I've talked to him and he's not allowed to mess with the contract. He's something
Right.
we have to,
So is it something we have to do?
we have to do it.
So was it something that the counselor did?
I think we had Mark doing it before he left, and
Okay,
then he left.
okay.
And we might be able to get him to reach out if he's talked to somebody.
Okay.
About it.
If I remember right, wasn't it like on a as needed?
Yes, that is correct.
Perfect. Okay.
So, and I mean, is it possible that that this was just something that's been recurring for years and years and we just continued with it in there and that they didn't actually submit for payment, or did they submit for payment on this one? How did that?
You know, this is the first bill of the year, so I don't know if they just automatically sent it out. So I'll have to take a look at the invoice. For some reason, only part of the invoices got scanned in. So I'm gonna have to, when I get back to the office, I'll take a look and then, and look at the invoice. So,
Because I mean, they would be working off the same thing that we are from a standpoint of year end. They wouldn't be billing us for December and January.
right, they would be, billing us for January. So,
Right.
Unless they just automatically generated it and sent it.
If they received our letter, then
They did, because they came and saw us.
they could have just failed to just
Turn it in, yeah.
Exactly.
That's what I'm thinking is what has happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have anything else?
I do.
Did you say you do?
I do.
Let's hear it.
Ready to go home? What? All right, I'll go quick. Salary study. I just want to make sure with David leaving that we're still going to be looking into that even after he leaves.
Yes.
Just getting with other counties.
Yes.
Okay. For the commissioners, let's see here. On the compactor agreements, you had mentioned last week you were going to get, I just wanted the public to know that you have reached out, the attorneys are talking.
Yep.
So that was taken care of. County counselor,
County
Or-
counselor, as of right now, he has other
Commitments.
commitments that, you know,
correct.
he just don't have time right now.
So
Because of.
So, and we've posted this before.
that was my next question. Can we post a job opening? I mean,
We can
on
post a job opening
KFC.
and have them come, and if we get somebody coming, then we can negotiate with them and after the posting, you know, to see what's available. Yeah, I'm not against posting.
Do we make motions for that or no?
I think we should.
Well, we should make a motion that we're gonna.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we advertise for a county counselor position for Linn County.
I'll second that motion.
Did I bring it right?
It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We talked about that. So, okay, department head requirements on attending meetings. I've asked specific department heads and they're telling me their schedule. So if there is a schedule when these departments come in and speak at the podium, I'd like to have a copy of that if you guys have that, or do you know that, or like the health department, that's
Was
just an
the
example. I didn't
first-
ask her, but
The first
She does it
Monday
the
of the
first
month.
weekend of the month, or the first Monday of the month is what her.
I can start putting her on the agenda.
yeah, I just need, well, not only just on the agenda, but just, I don't know when people are coming in, I guess. That would be
Okay.
helpful
That's the only one that we don't have,
regularly.
or that is, yeah, that's not.
Well, even
Weekly.
like Chris Martin, like, I mean, he just only comes in whenever we ask him to come in.
Whenever we ask him to.
I
Yeah.
mean, there's no requirement for him coming in ever. And I'm just trying to understand if that's how that works. I mean, we see Sean weekly, it's Chastity, it's pretty consistent. I'm just trying to understand, do we have requirements on attending the meetings? And if we
As
do,
far
I
as
just
elected
wanted-
officials, we have no requirement for them. I mean, they're.
No, I'm just talking about,
But, yeah, the
Health department, we said that we didn't need to see her every week.
once,
okay,
once,
so is it the first Monday of the
first
month?
Monday of
Yes.
the month, yes. And, noxious weed is just as
Needed.
needed, if we need to talk to him or if he needs something. That's when
Is
he.
that-
But I mean, he comes through Sean.
Yeah.
His stuff comes through
Yeah,
Sean.
Sean, yeah,
You know, Sean's,
it's on Sean's work list each week of what is a noxious.
Okay. I just wanted to see like the schedule of the department heads on the agenda and not just pub works every week. Even if, I mean, it sounds like Chastity's coming in weekly, so I don't know. Anyway, also a year at a glance, some sort of schedule, holidays, events. Why do we, or can we set, something up on the website or something with the meetings, the days that we're going to be out for holidays, the CPR class? I just feel like some sort of calendar. Do we not have a calendar right now for the county?
I don't think we do.
I don't know of one.
Okay, well,
You mean on the webpage or website? Yep.
okay. If I can ask Chris how hard that would be, I'd like to.
Asking.
After, okay, so at commissioners training last week, there were a few things that other counties are doing. And I'd just like to look into it. They do their meetings in the morning quickly, like less than 30 minutes, an hour maybe, and public comment and all of that. And then the rest of the day, everyone can leave and it's just an open work study. Like I know for sure Barton County is doing it and a few others. So I don't know if that's something, it's a little bit more, I guess.
So like
not so-
Miami County comes in and they do their work study before.
Right.
And then they have their meeting where they take action after the work study.
And is it all is it all live streamed as well?
Yes,
Is there open session or everything's live streamed?
I think so.
Okay, I haven't watched it.
Is there workshop live streamed? I don't remember.
I don't know.
I didn't
Maybe
think-
not.
I didn't think that.
I don't know if it is or not.
I just thought that was interesting. I'm not saying I have an opinion on it, but it might be something we look into. Also, just like the work study, we don't have to have everybody here. Like the clerk can go back, you can talk about, it's open to talk, it's just you can't take action. So I thought that was interesting. Also, for commissioners, I just feel like the goals that we're setting for the department heads and evaluations, that's not exactly how I envisioned it. And I know we kind of talked about it, but for the commissioners, I feel like we should also have goals ourselves. What is the goal? If you guys have any, I just think that we should have goals as well. I don't know if that's something you guys are interested in providing. Just have like a vision. What's the future? Like, what do we want to accomplish? What can we show the county we want to accomplish? And when we're doing that, how can, we can show them like, hey, we've done this.
Right.
I just feel like if we're setting goals for each department, it would be nice to show the public and the people that are under us that, hey, we have goals too. So that was just another idea, just an idea. Creating a vision moving forward. Ideas on developing relationships with employees and communities. I just think that creating a different culture in here is really a top priority for me. Some of the things that I would like to see, which we can go into this in a different day, but cemetery systems, how we are utilizing in the townships and the cemeteries and the buildings we own. I just don't have a clear view of everything we're maintaining or funding.
Well, the cemeteries and the townships have their own.
Taxing authority.
Yeah, they do.
Funds. They're-
Yeah.
Yep.
They do, but I would like to know
Taxing.
who's in charge. I know my township. I know Valley Township. I work with them very closely. But I've just seen other counties, like if you look into Riley County, they have a system where they are using a digitized locator system. There's things that people are updating software and getting to a different level of where we need to be. And I just feel like let's just keep it in the forefront of, hey, other people are doing other things now. Reevaluate how we're running the townships and the cemeteries and those buildings. Those are historical buildings. Like, I just wanted a list of what we have. What are we paying for? And when I say we, I guess I don't necessarily mean us. I just mean the citizens of that area. In Valley Township, it should show each cemetery, it should show each building that we maintain and the money that goes there.
Well, I would think you could go back to that township board if that's the information you want. They should have, each township should have who's their
Committee chairperson.
committee chairperson. and
Well,
where
that
the money
would be
goes.
great, but I can't even figure, like, how do you find that?
I have that information.
Okay, great.
She'll have, that, I'd say, because, but that would be
That's great.
something-
My point is, though, I just feel like all those things on other counties' websites, they're on there. You can see it. You can see who those are elected, right?
Right.
Yeah, so
So those should be on the website as elected positions, right? I mean, I would assume, so we know how to contact them. But I mean, we can revisit the cemetery software and things like that. So the other concern I had, so the courthouse, I just feel like we need to have, and this stems from the courthouse having damage. The clerk was paid an insurance payment for the damage. I don't think you guys were, maybe you were notified. I'm not sure. I'm sure you saw it on the claims. But when we have damage to buildings, whether it's a roof or anything, and then we don't fix that, like if we have another, let's say a tornado comes through.
They're going to exclude the roof.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess yes, that's true. But like in my head, that happened last May. What are we doing? Are we committing to fixing the roof? Are we committing to even keeping the courthouse open? I feel like we've just signed, I think you guys just motioned to do something with the basement. So
The
to me, that
moisture, yeah.
tells me, hey, we're committed to, we're going to keep this.
So we
courthouse
put
open.
it out for bid to get somebody to come in and repair the courthouse, and we received
The
no
roof?
bids. Yes.
Maybe we could put it out
Darcy.
again somewhere,
Yes.
somewhere else.
So we had just discussed that, David and I did, and he had a card on somebody that said they would fix roofs that steep, and of course, we tried again and no bid. So that money that was there to fix the roof, we're gonna put bids out to fix the hole in the floor in the clerk's office, because we're about ready to fall through the floor by his desk. There's a big hole, and the floor is rotted out from the boiler that is steaming, and we need to get the boiler fixed or those pipes insulated so they quit putting steam up through and rotting our floor out. So we can use that money to restore.
But we
The
still
floor.
haven't fixed the roofs.
We can't fix the roof because we can't find anybody that'll do it. I mean, we've put it out and put it out.
So I guess, well, that even brings up another issue, I guess, or a question I might have. So the courthouse, number one, from the commission, I just feel like we owe it to the public that we're committed to remain open and lay out a plan for infrastructure and improvements regarding the second floor as well. I know there's been talk, like Register of Deeds talked about just museum options for upstairs too. But I guess what you're saying is, so you guys can, I guess I'm confused. So you can make a decision on fixing a floor versus the roof just because we can't find a bid? The clerk's office can do that because,
They can fix their floor
Can fix our
in their room.
oh, I know, but she was saying with the funds that they got back from.
We don't have to use those funds.
Oh, okay.
We can fix the floor. We're gonna fix the floor. We're still looking for somebody to fix the roof, but we can definitely fix the floor.
Okay, so that, because it's the clerk's office, then they fund any improvements in that office?
The courthouse,
So there is a courthouse budget.
Sorry.
There is a courthouse budget that is supposed to fund those type of things.
Okay. I guess I'd like to see that. Can you give me-
so we have a clerk's budget, we have a courthouse budget, we also have, I mean, that can come out of contingency, it can come out of different places. We'd have to look at it and discuss it to see how much it is. I mean, it
And
would
like
be, there's,
typically we would approve those things.
Okay.
Ally, they would
How
come
do
to
we get
us.
the bids out further than what we're getting them? I mean, I wonder what they're, that like it went in the paper, I suppose, is that the bids to fix the courthouse?
you know, I'm not sure where they went out to. I know that, the card that David, had from the gentleman, we had two were further away. One was, I know we reached out as far as Overland Park, and one of them was a card they received from KAC. So it's, people say they want to work, and then
Right.
it's been difficult that, you know, the pitch on that roof is just so high that,
Right.
I mean, I agree, we really need to get it fixed.
I just know that we've had a lot of discussions on moving people to other buildings. We have moved people to other buildings. I know that was elevator issue and ADA compliance probably, but I just wanted to make sure like we're committed to keeping the building up. I just,
I'm not against if we can find somebody to give us a bid on the roof, I mean, to fix the
well,
roof to see, because
I'm okay with that too. I guess reaching beyond this newspaper might help or.
Okay.
Or what about Miami County? I mean, Miami County, didn't they just have theirs done? Someone just fixed theirs, I think, last year, so. Might have to take a few calls to,
I'll reach out to the Miami County Commissioner and see what, if I can't find somebody and see, I'll call around.
okay.
Okay.
That sounds good. I don't have anything else for now.
You sure?
Well, I mean, all the, I think I need my own personal work study. Sorry.
You're fine.
I'm
Gotta
good.
give you a hard time.
I'll just keep my notes. We'll move on.
No, that's fine. That's good. Anybody else have anything?
You got anything, Mike?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
You got something?
no,
Okay. I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded, adjourned. All in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
I'm gonna pick on you no matter what.
I know. I need to, are we still on?